morning, Judge. I like the sense of that.
Yes, we were told by our bosses that we were arguing this.
Right. Go ahead. You know what you want. It's actually going to be Mr. Barry, Judge.
Okay. We looked through it a lot last night. There are a number of things that we have concerns about, and I think of these. That's not. I don't know where that packet is, but
I have it, we have it on, oh, here it is.
okay. Close this break. And I don't know whether the best way to do this, Judge, these are numbered pages, so I'll just go by the numbered page. On page 1 is Wells Fargo bank records. I don't know what they're, other than what was purchased at Mike's gun room. I don't know what the probative value would be for bank records. I don't know what they plan to show by that. It doesn't.
Is it one page or are there several pages? I haven't seen any of
Right,
this.
so that first page is just us explaining what records are in Investigator Gilliland's presentation, like what we're gonna be talking about. So one of the things we're gonna be talking about is the Wells Fargo records. So during the course of the defendant's interview with Investigator Smith, he talked a lot about how he didn't have enough money to buy a gun safe. He just needed $78 more. He indicates in multiple text messages about needing money for doctors for Colt. So his bank records are important to show, one, he, in the month of August, made $9,000. So needing $78 more for a gun safe is inaccurate if you make $9,000 that month. Additionally, he buys accessories for Colt's gun. He buys ammunition for Colt. He buys numerous items from Elite Pawn. The records for the actual gun purchase from Mike's gun room are on there. So we're gonna go through relevant purchases in the records, not the entirety of the records. And we've outlined which purchases we're going through in there, and I think they line up with what I just said, essentially.
And are the Wells Fargo records, what's the time frame of the records you're going through?
I believe they start November of 2023 when he purchased the firearm for Colt, and they go through September 4th.
And certainly I understand if there's a specific thing on the records, like a purchase of a gun, a purchase of a laser, then that's one thing. But just put in the whole bank record.
As I understand what the state's saying, is they believe it's relevant to show that he, in his interview that we haven't heard yet, said he didn't have money to buy a gun safe or for counseling. Is that?
Correct. What the counseling was in a text message, we had like co-pays for doctors, visits for Colt. The $78 was in his interview.
So are we gonna go, state, are you gonna go by line for 10 months of
No,
transactions? or-
no, it'll line up with essentially what I just indicated. It'll be the gun purchase on November 17th of 2023, and then going into the next, I think there was some gun-related purchases in December. Going into the next year, there are more gun-related purchases. And then Investigator Gilliland will talk about the lack of other purchases. I think she'll testify to the fact that there were no transactions for co-pays for Colt, like he indicated in one of his text messages. And then the last month of August, we will talk about, not line by line, but we'll talk about the amount of money that he brought in that month, given that he claims that that is the month that he needed $78 more. So the fact that he made $9,000 in 1 month would indicate that he did have $78.
All right. Given those issues, I do find that they're relevant for those limited purposes. So I would, if we call this a motion in limine, I would deny the motion to exclude these Wells Fargo records as has been outlined. What's next?
On page 3, Judge, and on many of these exhibits,
And let me give you this back, just so you can keep in order. I don't know if you've got your separate set that you're working from, or if this is yes, sir. Oh, you want me to keep that then? You think I need this for the future? Okay. I see.
on page 3, and all through these, I noticed yesterday there are, the exhibit is spoken to by the state. It's not just the exhibit, but they put on there, like on page 3, purchase of laser sight from Amazon. They can testify about what it is, but to put it on the exhibit is a little unusual. And I would presume that the photo is Colt Gray, but I'm not positive. I can't really tell.
All right, so, yeah, this is hard where I don't have a separate set to review. So your objection is to what's in the box, purchase of a laser sight from Amazon.
Correct. I don't have a problem with the fact that it's purchased, and I don't know whether that is Colt's photograph or not. I don't know whether that was taken off his phone. It's not Colt. I don't
And I'm gonna I can pull up the PowerPoint.
and I don't know whether it was taken that day or another day.
So that is why Investigator Gilliland is gonna testify to add context to these things. But specifically, and I will be candid with the court, it is very hard to find case law that says it is okay to put words on a presentation. Like, I don't have a case that says that. But routinely in presenting summaries, as the one that Investigator Gilliland has done, we put titles so that the jury can easily understand what is in the page. It is demonstrative as long as the state can show the accuracy of the summary and the wording, then it is admissible. I don't think there is any law that says we can't put words. I did find a case about anatomical drawings, and someone writing words on the anatomical drawings did not make it admissible. It actually was still able to go back with the jury. So I disagree that we can't put words. I do believe we can put words. The words are simply a summary of what is in the slide. It is a title to that slide. It's not prejudicial. It is accurate. Investigator Gilliland will testify that is a picture that Colt took of himself with the laser and with the rifle that he sent to the defendant, which again is relevant because our whole, one of the things that the state has to prove is that the defendant gave Colt access to the firearm. A picture of him with the firearm that he then sent to the defendant is clearly evidence that he had access to that firearm.
All right. Let me ask this, Mr. Gray. So where the witness gets on the stand and says, this exhibit shows the purchase of the laser sight from Amazon, where she says those words, is there additional prejudice in the word, the exhibit kind of being labeled with that purchase?
Well, the ones that I had, the ones that I had the most problem with were labeled as defendant. Because actually labeling somebody that had been charged. So that's the wording that
But on this one, is there?
that one that, I just don't like wording on it because it directs the jury to something. The photograph, I don't know whether it's, was taken before the Amazon purchase or after. I guess we can cross examine about that. Just wanted to be sure that that's.
Yeah, and, you know, so where the states, let's just, for example, say they're tendering an exhibit with 100 pages of different things. Would it be improper for there to be tabs, like bank records, photographs? To me, it's, at least this one is somewhat in line of like a tab. So as to that one, then you can cross on the, obviously, you know, on the picture and its relation to the purchase. But so as to this particular, you know, purchase of laser sight from Amazon, assuming she testifies to that effect, I'll deny the motion on that. And then, of course, all the issues you're raising are preserved here. All right, what's next?
We'll take those back and I'll try to keep them.
This is that front one you gave me, so I'll keep holding on to that one.
And Jeff, we're bringing out the second copy of the PowerPoint. So
Page 4 is email from the sister to the defendant. I do have a problem with the use of defendant about school enrollment. That's really more than what would be on a tab.
4 is, I'm sorry, I didn't hold that, but
Oh, I can, do you want me to display it for you?
yeah. Yes, ma'am, please. I'll have it on the screen, you know, so you don't keep walking. All right, so here, this is the question, your objection is the use of word defendant sister emails defendant, as opposed to whatever her name is, emails Colin Gray.
Correct.
Anything else, folks?
So, again, finding a case that talks about whether or not the state can use the word defendant was also a task. I did find a case that says that we can call the defendant a predator. So I feel like calling the defendant a defendant is less prejudicial than that. The fact that the state is allowed to call the defendant a predator in a trial would suggest that calling the defendant is okay. We have identified him as the defendant because that is his position in this case. Everyone has the last name Gray, calling him Mr. Gray, or Colby Gray, or Colin Gray. I don't believe there's any difference in prejudice between calling him defendant versus that. But I do think it is more clear who we're talking about when you call him defendant. I don't think it's prejudicial. I think, again, it is a title page to an email so the jury understands who is talking to who. We have called him defendant throughout this whole trial. I believe the court calls him defendant. I'm sure the defense counsel, their defense counsel, their defendant's counsel. It's just a word that we commonly use in crime cases.
Do you know the case?
I understand the line of cases dealing with, you call anybody anything in closing argument if you want to, pretty much, according to the cases, but putting it on a document that you're going to put before the jury, I think would be an issue.
I can't specifically find that it's prejudicial to refer to him as defendant. I mean, at various points, I think everybody involved is calling Colin Gray, but also calling the defendant. I can't think of any particular harm. You know, I've had cases where somebody filed a motion to eliminate or prevent the state from using the word rape, which is certainly has prejudicial attachment to it, and case law said you can use the word rape. You can use the word, I'm pretty sure this case law says you can use the word victim. So would I like it a little better if it said whatever her name is to Colin Gray? Probably, but I don't think it's prejudicial. It is his position in the case. So that's the next
We don't have a problem with page 5, Judge. Page 6, we don't have a problem with it other than the fact that it does use defendant again, where it says Colt, Jenny, and defendant visit Wilson Shoals gun range at 10:25 a.m., which is, of course, direction and comment on the document. And I assume these are not going back to the jury if they have comments on them anyway.
We agree that the comments would go back with the jury, the actual exhibit.
They're conceding that one on not going back. It's conceding the difference.
I don't,
A clarifying question. Yesterday, we went through these and we were told about specific objections. If we go through this page by page, this is going to take hours, I would say. It is a significant amount. I'm fine to, I think he has an objection to certain pictures. I can find those on here. I think, again, if we're just gonna go page by page, then I thought that was the purpose of yesterday, so we wouldn't do that, but I wanted to see how we're doing this.
So what I have in front of me, and so far, it seems like it's grouping them by categories. Number 1, Wells Fargo bank accounts. Number 3, it was non-purchase records. There's 13 on this page. And I think we're at 6. Mr. Gary, as far as issues.
that's correct, Judge. What we can do to maybe shorten it is anywhere on any of these pages where it has defendant, we would object to it. So that'll cut down.
Where Dave called him the defendant, labeled it defendant.
Right.
Do you,
That's better, I have a copy for you.
do you want a limiting instruction to in some regard about the use of the word defendant?
I think that would be good, Judge, if the court doesn't mind.
All right, well, we're not, so I know we've got quite a while with this interview. If you want to cobble together what you think would be an appropriate limiting instruction, let me know, and prior to the introduction of this, that may be something that I'll do. As far as use of the word defendant.
That's fine, Judge. And if the state has those photographs that were a problem, we came up with yesterday, you want to just bring them up and we'll deal with those.
Are you referring to the picture of Colt with the gun?
Correct.
This is just the first, grouping of pictures with a Colt with the gun at the gun range with the defendant.
Objection, Mr. Perry.
One second, Judge. I don't think, Judge, those were the ones we talked about yesterday, we had an objection to. There are some here. I'm sure the state will know what page they're on. where,
And also, I don't object to the school shooter.
where Colt is putting the gun to his head and in his mouth and that sort of thing. And we do have, like on page 23, there are photographs of children, which is not something that we talked about displaying. There's an email there, but there's also a photograph which they've blown up.
And I was just gonna go through the PowerPoint meeting, and, I know y'all also had some objections to the school shooter shrine pictures, so I was just going through it and displaying it if you wanna.
That would be great if you don't mind doing it to make it much quicker.
I'm just gonna go, it may, I'm just gonna kind of go straight through the PowerPoint. So this is the first picture of the school shooter shrine from April 15th of 2024.
How many pages are we about to go through?
So my understanding is we're gonna go through, pictures of guns, and the school shooter pictures. I think it's like 10 to 15, if we do it that way.
All right, Mr. Gray, let's just address each one they put up. Objections to this particular one, I'll call it a slide, this particular slide.
That's correct, Judge. I think
I'll
that,
zoom in on the picture, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna zoom in on the picture.
Okay.
So that you could, the court could see what it is.
I think, Judge, that on this particular photograph, of course, we are objecting to
You can zoom back out.
all of the photos that show Colt Gray. I think we would object to this picture.
That shows the picture itself, that shows Colt Gray with the photographs on the wall behind him.
That's correct.
What's the
First
objection?
picture of the school shooter shrine. That may not be. That's directing the jury to think that's the first picture. It may not be. It may be. We don't know. But the photograph, from what I could see yesterday, is not in the same position as the one that the officers took when they came to the home. So it's changed positions. So I don't think putting that wording on their first picture of the school shooter would be proper.
As far as the relevance of the picture, again, in the interview that we haven't heard yet, the defendant denies knowing who is on the wall. In his initial interview, he indicated that he did know it was the last school shooter, and when he talked to investigators, he said he doesn't know. He also said it was only one picture and that Colt took it down. So the state, in order to prove its case, needs to prove that this has been on the wall for a significant period of time, and that would also corroborate Jenny's testimony that had been there. This is the first picture that investigator Gilliland found in Colt's phone, and of course she'll be able to testify to that. She'll be able to testify that there are two pictures that are identified as Nicholas Cruz on the wall. And so we believe it is relevant and admissible.
I don't have an issue, and I do think it's relevant. The image, the date, the time. I do think that calling it a picture of school shooter shrine, that's proper for argument. Calling it a school shooter shrine. To me, that's more an argument rather than the labeling as such. Are you able to scrub that?
We can delete that. I guess it's the ruling that our, in creating this PowerPoint and trying to figure out what to call it, we did look up shrine, and it is a place associated with or containing memorabilia of a particular revered person or thing. I think that is how Investigator Dolan would describe it when she testified. We are fine to delete it from the slide, but we do think that it would be able for her to be able to identify it as a crime, given that it's the definition and that is what that is.
Mr. Berry, what's your response to that?
As long as that's taken off there, Judge, we don't have a problem with it. We just don't like that wording.
So my understanding is they're gonna scrub that from the exhibit.
We wouldn't have an objection to it at that point. And basically the same thing on 34. It's a second photo of school shooter shrine. The first photograph, I can understand why they would want to put that in there. It has the date. It shows some photographs, which are not in the same order that the police found them. But there are 3 other photographs that don't really show anything other than Colt Gray, and especially the last one where Colt Gray has a gun in his mouth. That has the prejudicial effect, certainly outweighs any probative value that photograph would have. And it was not sent to his father.
I will show them. These are photos that Colt took sometime around August 9th. And again, we can change the wording and we'll take out school shooter shrine and just say images from Colt's phone. But again, they are relevant. It is in the exact same configuration as it was on September 4th. It goes to disprove the defendant's statement that he hadn't seen all the pictures before. When Investigator Smith was interviewing him, he actually shows him a picture of the shrine and he denies having ever seen the entirety of the pictures. He said he only saw one picture and denies knowing who it is.
Yeah, I think they're admissible.
But we can change it to just say images from Colt's phone.
Scrub that.
The 2 photographs on the far end you can't really see those, what they call shrine. Collage, I think would be a better word for it, but the only one photograph would show that collage, and that's the first one on the left. The others.
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in showing the other 2. They seem to be sequential photos. There's nothing else prejudicial in the picture.
And this is the other photo that Mr. Berry was talking about. Again, this is a picture from Colt Primm. It is in the time frame after he had dyed his hair, which would have been in August of 2024. And he just has the rifle in his room, which would be evidence that he had unfettered access to that rifle.
And what's your position, Mr. Berry?
As I said, Judge, the prejudicial effects was he's got the gun in his mouth. Prejudicial effect of that photo certainly outweighs any probative value. What probative value does it have? They've already got the other 2 photographs showing that, the kid. And I think they've got others showing Colt with the gun around that same time period. So it really does not have any value other than disturbing.
In as much as Colt's access to the gun is an issue in the trial, it's something that's squarely before the jury that they have to make some determinations about. While it's prejudicial, I can't find it unfairly prejudicial. It's a probative matter, issue in the case. Deny the motion.
I think the page 84, that's the one we talked about yesterday.
It's a little different on the.
This is the ones showing him with the.
Okay.
And of course, Mr. Brady, you're free to argue that, or cross, something on Colt's phone doesn't mean Mr. Gray had it or knew about it.
after discussing it with Mr. Berry yesterday, we took off one of the photos and we put it in a different location because it was in there twice. This is a picture after the defendant purchased, Colt a half mask. It's him wearing that half mask, showing that the half mask was in fact for Colt and that he provided it to him. And then the other picture that Mr. Berry had on there, I'll pull that up. This is from August 28th, and again, it shows the firearm. That Colt had access to that firearm, and then it's also wearing the half mask, so it shows that that photo was taken after that was purchased for him. I believe it was purchased on the 27th, so this would have been evidence that later on in the month of August, he still was having unfettered access to a firearm.
Was he wearing a half mask at school? Was
No.
that something that was part of?
Not to our knowledge.
It wasn't something that he wore to the school, but it is something that, so in the school shooter shrine, Nicholas Cruz is wearing a half mask in one of those photos. And so one of the contentions is that he also is wearing a vest similar to the one that the defendant purchased for him. So I think the contention is that he was buying things similar to what Nicholas Cruz had that were quite visible on his wall. And so I do think it's relevant for that purpose.
Well,
Now, again, it also shows the gun being in his room 3 weeks
Yeah,
after.
clearly the image of the gun, and I think is relevant. So this was originally a dual exhibit for both pictures.
Yes, we moved the second one because we had the exhibit on there, this picture on there twice. Mr. Berry brought that to our attention, so we removed it the first time and left it just on this exhibit.
I don't see the prejudice in the image where he has the half mask now. And as I say, relevance is binary. I guess there's relevance to some degree. It's pretty low appropriate value as far as the mask goes, but I really still don't see prejudice in it. But let's do this. I think the jury actually got here early, so they've been here a while. So let's just pick this up on the back end of one or something.
That'd be fine, Judge.
I realize the jury has been here and back there, but we've been in here. Can you take us a quick break?
All right, we'll take a quick break and then here's that. We'll take a quick break. And then we're going, just gonna get them ready. Don't put them in the hall.
They're ready.
would like to be able to sit down with Colin during lunch. I know the sheriff's office wants to take people downstairs and all that sort of thing. Anyway, we could just go and lunch up and sit in that room with him. I'll take my lunch in there too, and we can have some time.
Who's saying no?
No, we're gonna be bringing him down so we can have our break as well. And if they wanna visit him, they can go down and visit him down there.
They can take their lunch down there.
They can go down there to see him down there at the jail. We'll be sending him back down during lunchtime.
Are you going back to the jail?
And they can visit there during the lunch hour? Okay. All right, bring him in. Let me see. Good morning. All right, is your investigator here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see. So back there, Smith, I think when we left off, you reckon we proceed, Ron? You reckon we proceed?
Yes.
When we left off yesterday, I think you had left the Jeannie's interview at the treehouse and
Yes, sir.
invited Mr. Colin Gray to your office for an interview.
That's correct.
Okay. How did this interview begin? What kind of questions were you talking about at the beginning?
At the beginning, they do like a rapport building phase. They just kind of walk through. Are you talking about the forensic interview?
No, we're moved on. We're at your office and you're interviewing Colin
Okay.
Gray. How did you start your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir. We kind of do a rapport building phase, like I mentioned before, just kind of discussing some background information. In this case, Mr. Gray talked about his family.
Okay. Did you talk about kind of the history of the family and the moving around and that sort of stuff?
He did. He mentioned that they had moved around a lot from beginning in Statham to Fitzgerald. They moved to Jackson County and then ultimately came back to Barrow County.
Okay. Did he talk about his and Colt's relationship with guns?
He did.
Okay. What did you say about that?
He mentioned that that was a way for him and Colt to bond, that he did not like Colt playing video games and being alone so much. So that was something that he did with his father, so he wanted to do with Colt.
Okay. And you talk about kind of the history of the specific guns with him
He
and
did.
Colt. Tell me about that.
So he mentioned that he first purchased Colt a Bushmaster rifle.
Mhm.
And I think that they had gone hunting, if I'm recalling this correctly, in his 7th grade year to around 2022 was his first hunt. And then he talked about that rifle specifically jamming on Colt, and then it kind of scared him. So ultimately, Colin returns that firearm to Mike's gun room, and then purchases another firearm, which is the firearm that was used in the shooting.
Did he say what time period he purchased that second firearm?
The second firearm was purchased for a Christmas present, Christmas of 2023.
Okay. Did he say after Christmas where the gun was kept?
He did. He said that the gun was kept in his closet. And when I say his closet, I mean Colin Gray's closet. And that was in a bedroom that he shared with his juvenile son, Coley. And he mentioned that the guns were kept in the closet on the top shelf. The ammunition was also kept in there as well.
And did he keep that narrative throughout?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he change where the gun, Colt's gun specifically, was
He
kept?
did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned on 2 separate occasions that Colt had actually gone into his bedroom and that Colt had retrieved the firearm from Colin's bedroom and taken it into his room to clean or mess with, take it apart or put some new attachment on it. He said this occurred on at least 2 separate occasions. And then ultimately, towards the end of the interview, Colin admitted that Colt was allowed sometimes to keep the rifle in his room leaned up in the corner.
Did he talk throughout this interview about Colt's tendency towards physical violence?
He did.
Tell us what he said about that.
He mentioned that specifically over the past couple of months, that Colt's whole demeanor had changed, his whole attitude had changed. That he had become more aggressive, that they had gotten into multiple physical altercations, that Colt on one occasion had bull rushed him, that Colt had struck him with his fists in Colin's face. He said that he talked about them wrestling to the ground, talked about a screwdriver being thrown against him. He also
The screwdriver incident, who's throwing to who?
I apologize. That would be Colt Gray throwing the screwdriver at Colin Gray.
Okay.
And then he also mentioned that Colt had done some property damage to the house, that he had punched holes in either the walls or doors in the house.
Did he talk about his daughter Jenny and his son Colt's interactions?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned that there was at least one I'm recalling right now is they had gotten into an argument and Jenny had run from him.
And who's him?
Had run from Colt. I apologize.
Okay.
She was kind of scared. I guess there was an altercation going on between Colt and Colin, or Colt and Jenny ultimately ran away and kind of barricaded herself in her bedroom.
Okay. And did he talk about Colt's emotional and mental health problems?
He did.
What did he say about that?
He mentioned that Colt suffered from anxiety, and depression, and then he mentioned this aggression that he had.
Okay. Did he talk about Colt, what kind of treatment he thought Colt needed for this?
He mentioned that he had applied for mental health treatment for Colt through the school.
Did he talk about Colt needing anything more aggressive than just counseling?
He did talk about that, but that was a conversation that he had specifically had with his wife, Marcy.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
Colin told me that Marcy had mentioned that she thought that Colt needed inpatient in-house therapy.
Okay. And did he agree with Marcy on that?
He did not.
Okay. And those pictures you took of Colt's arm, did you
Yes,
show
sir.
those to him?
I did. About 2 hours into the interview, Colin did not mention anything about Colt self-harming. He did mention that Colt had depression, but didn't mention anything about Colt self-harming. So I showed Colin a picture of Colt's arm, and he did say that he knew about that and that Colt had self-harmed while depressed in Fitzgerald, Georgia. And then after Colt cut himself, he had taken the knife from Colt.
Did he talk about an incident where Marcy and Colt got into a physical altercation over the gun?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I believe it was approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to, if I'm recalling that correctly. There was a incident where Marcy had confronted Colt in part about the firearms and mentioned getting the firearms out. of the home. And during that incident, Colt had pushed Marcy to the ground.
And did he know about this?
He did.
Okay. Did he say anything about after that incident, whether Marcy asked him to do anything with the guns?
He did. He said that Marcy asked him to put the guns up.
Okay. And did he ever do that?
He says that he put them in his closet.
Okay. And did he ever talk about any sort of locks or anything on his closet?
No, sir. He said there were no locks.
And did you discuss the pictures of the school shooter on Colt's wall?
We did.
Were you aware of those at the time that you were interviewing him? They
Yes, sir.
Discovered. Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that he did not know who that was.
Okay. Did he say anything about asking Colt who it was?
I recall Colin telling me that he believed that that was a guy from Green Day.
Okay.
But he did not say that Colt told him anything about a school shooter.
Did he deny that Colt told him that I was a school shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, had you talked to Kelsey Ward about her interview with the defendant the previous day?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And is what he telling you different from what he told her
Yes, sir.
about that? What specifically was different?
Specifically on where Colin initially said that the firearm was located. Colin, according to my conversation with Special Agent Ward, initially told her that it was allowed to be kept in his bedroom. Here, there was a very, very different kind of 3 separate places that it was kept. That was different, as well as him having knowledge about who was in the kind of pictures that were up on Colt's wall. Special Agent Ward told me that Colin told her that 3 days before the shooting that he was told who that was.
And he denied that to you?
He did.
Okay. Did he admit that him and Colt, or that Colt talked about school shooters to him?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that Colt had a very analytical mind, that he noticed very small details. He talked about him looking into researching school shooters or different trials that were going on.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, had you seen anything on Colt's phone?
No, sir.
Okay. What happened at the end of the interview?
At the end of the interview, I did confront Colin about the inconsistencies in his statement, and ultimately I placed Colin under arrest.
Okay. Have you had a chance to watch the video of your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it accurately reflect the interview and the totality that you had with him?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, this time I tender state exhibit number 185. It actually, I think because of email purposes, it came to us in 3 separate parts. So it's going to be 185.1, 185.2, and 185.3, but it is one video.
No objection.
185.
And Your Honor, just for the court and the records, it starts with them going in the room, a quick introduction, and then Mr. Smith, Investigator Smith, leaves the room. So we're going to cut through that. That is going to be, leaves the room at 0040, comes back 10 minutes later at 11:00. So we'll cut through when he's not in the room because nothing's happening.
I assume no objection.
No objection. Yes, sir.
And that's in State's Exhibit 185.1. And then, Your Honor, in 185.3, towards the end of the interview, Investigator Smith steps out again at 39:30 and is gone for about 5 minutes to 45:30. So 6 minutes. So we'll cut that part out because it's just Mr. Gray sitting in the room by himself. And then it ends at 53:35 when they walk out. So that's just for the record.
And in total, you said roughly 2.5 hours?
Yes, Your Honor. The first one's going to be, when you take the stuff out, it's 41 minutes. Part 2 is 67 minutes, and Part 3 is 47 minutes.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna let you sit next door for a second. I'm gonna go grab my notes and I'll be right back with you, okay? You need anything?
Last time we go together.
I will be right back. Yeah, I'm not gonna lock the door until it says, it's all one time staring at you.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. I apologize for that. I have not gone to the bathroom, all day.
Yeah. It's all good.
So I promise I'll wash my hands.
It's all good.
I'm going to introduce myself again. My name is Investigator Jason Smith. I'm with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And you're Mr. Colin Gray, correct? Okay.
Sorry, we're meeting like this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. And I'm going to apologize beforehand because I'm going to get 1,000 text messages and emails, and I'm trying to keep them, turn all them off right now. So I've heard a little bit, I understand that you talked with law enforcement, heard a little bit about, kind of your statements to them. I'm just gonna go ahead and explain my involvement. Yesterday, we were here at the office, we got the call. Sure. Go out to the high school, and, while at the high school, after everything was secure, and you know, the medics had assisted with life-saving measures and everything like that. I conducted an interview with your son. Okay, he did, you know, we respected his rights, he was read Miranda, you know,
He's right now, no, that's,
yeah, he was very respectful, yes, sir, no, sir, and he basically explained to us what he did. I mean, he explained to us exactly what we observed on the cameras.
okay, well, let me have it. What did he say? What happened?
Okay, so, and I'll get into that, answer as many of your questions as possible. But, in order for me to kind of help better articulate that with you, it's kind of like when you work a case like this, it's kind of like putting together a puzzle.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't have a very good view of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
So I understand he's been solely living with you for the past couple of years, give or take. While we're talking, is it okay if I take some notes?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, good. Because my memory, well, it's okay some days. And Colin, you spell your name C-O-L-I-N?
Yes.
Okay. You have a middle name?
No, man.
No middle name. Colt doesn't have a middle name either. Yeah.
Colin Jr., my little one is 8.
You don't have a middle name either. Okay.
It goes back to my dad's side of the family,
Just no middle name.
all the boys, all the way back to the Mayflower.
Okay.
CG.
Wow.
I was married when I was young, like.
I was wondering why everybody had that CG like.
Yeah, so I was married when you're about to be 20 or whatever, you know everything, and moved out, got married, had 2 older daughters, Brittany and Brooke, and
You said Brittany and Brooke?
Brittany and Brooke,
Okay.
yeah, and,
Where do they live?
they live over in Woodstock with their mom.
Okay. How old are they?
They're 26 and 25.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Who's 26?
The older one is Brittany. Brooke is the younger one.
Well, why don't they have, CG in their names? Is it boys that?
That was just girls, yeah, so I told my dad, I said, it ended with me, Pops, I'm like, I'm really sorry, I have a whole lot of history, and he laughed, and I'm like, I said, something funny?
Mhm.
He was like, you'll be married again, boy, I'm like, you won't make me lost your mind, I said, child support, I'm like, do you want me to go through this?
Then you got married again?
Got
They
married.
usually go, never say that.
That's exactly what he said, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I can tell you where I was standing, what I was wearing.
Right.
Yeah. And you were right. So got married.
Oh, people usually are.
Yeah, when I get to the other side, I'm sure he's got a lot to say to me.
Oh, yeah.
We found out she was having a baby, I'm like,
Who's name, baby?
I'll see you be ex-wife.
Oh.
Colt.
This is getting
Colt.
Oh, okay.
And I said, oh my God, I said, the first word he heard was mine. Just didn't break the ice.
Mhm.
The second was like, God, that was a boy.
Uh,
She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no pressure. I said, I just said it's a boy. She's like, no, tell me something. It was back. She's like,
uh,
I didn't find out until later. She was like, I felt so much pressure to make a boy.
Yeah.
But, they're all born, like marriage and that.
I mean, on her, that's on you to make the boys and
I
girls.
know, and I just remember when I went in there, I'm like, where'd my wife go?
Yeah.
She asked me to get water, and so I got the took her back. She went in there and told me, God, turn on, need to know how to prepare myself, and it was Lord.
Was it?
And after it's all said and done, right, I walk in, I'm like, well, thanks for waiting, and you've got these little egg over belly, he's like,
Yeah.
are you ready? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay. You know what that is? And I'm like, out the door, down the hallway to the park, I'm not calling my dad, because he was just, dementia, and colon cancer, it wasn't like taking him over yet, but you could see right on the wall. So I was like, hang on, I'm trying to give him a carrot, like, we'll push through this together, because you're my grandson. Wow, and he was just so happy, you know, Colt.
So you were only his only grandson?
Yeah.
So Gray Day was with you? Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, let's get back to, which one's older, Brittany or Brooke?
Brittany.
Brittany's older. Brittany, is she Gray?
She is a Gray.
She is Gray, she already.
She may have been divorced now, back to Gray, I'm not sure where all that stands yet.
Okay, so what's your date of birth?
8/10/70.
8/10/70. And you have a telephone number?
I do, y'all got my work number, this is recently.
I mean, I got your work number.
Y'all got my work phone.
Oh, they're doing the, see, again, that's why we're calling you.
Okay.
I'm trying to put pieces together.
I'm no GDI, but there's just what we're doing right here, went through the whole thing. She's
Yeah.
like, I need to say, this is my work phone and my work laptop.
Well, I'm sure they're gonna get that back to you.
That's what she said, and I'm like, okay, but I still need to let my boss know.
Yeah.
Like,
Were you able to let your boss know?
I have a Gmail account. And
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, hey, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
And like, he's telling Rush, he's out of Athens, like, he knows
What's that
everything.
name sound?
Cause he's in the area, he's a good go church going man, you know.
What does he own?
He owns, Kevin Price General Contracting, and then,
Okay.
as I'm getting to know the man, he's tied to a ton of stuff in Athens.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar, Kevin Price, General Contracting.
Yes.
How long have you been working there?
I started, beginning of May.
Beginning of
Right,
May.
yeah.
That's pretty recent.
Yeah.
What did you do before that?
I've done the same thing my whole career, it's commercial building superintendent, I'm in charge of building from dirt up high rises, hospitals, whatever.
Yeah, you bring everybody together, make it happen.
They have the drawings and figure everything out.
Yeah. Your address, is that 896, Harrison Mill Road? Okay, I just wanna make sure. I'll go ahead and write that down. Before I write it down, I wanna make sure that, you know how I don't know if you ever played the telephone game in school, where you start out telling one thing, and by the time it comes all the way back around, it's not even that.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons that I'm in here talking to you now.
Yeah.
How long you lived at Harrison Mill Road?
It was a year this past June, we signed a 2-year lease.
Okay, lived in that house.
Mm-hmm.
What you think about Barrow?
This is where they were all born.
Really?
You know, they're off of Beach Creek Road.
Oh, yeah.
All except for little Colt.
Yeah, I know.
We moved from Beach Creek, we bought a farm in Tatum, and that's really where we lived for the majority of our life.
Okay. How long did you live out at Beach Creek?
Oh, man, probably 10 years or so,
Okay.
8, 9, something like that, it was a long time.
Okay.
They started off with State Elementary and Helping Hands used to be right there, so for us.
Yeah. Well, helping hands.
It was the daycare that was
Oh, okay.
like a pathway from
Yeah.
school to the daycare.
Oh, yeah.
It was really great for us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So did you live at Beach Street before you moved to Bethlehem?
So yeah, we sold everything right about the start of COVID. I had a spine fusion, I had 2 back surgeries, and it had me ruptured a disc, slowed the organ out of the job, working late on my feet. I thought it's just me. I said, well, I'll put the door on the hinges, you screw them, full height door. He's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is '07, and much younger and much better shape. I grabbed that door, and I'm like, as soon as I picked up that door, it's like, it's what it sounded like a knuckle popping in my back. I'm like, well, I didn't need it. I set the door down, I'm like,
All right.
yeah, I sat down for a second, I'm like, damn. As soon as I was straight up, I'm like, wow, on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Take the emergency room, couldn't talk, couldn't nothing. I've never felt anything like that. I've never been stitched up, never been in the hospital, like nothing.
So what they do for you now?
He gave me a big old shot of morphine, I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, yep, I'll just take that.
You're good.
He touched the stretch morphine, I'm like, oh, perfect. So I can get that gut. He was like, let me show you a picture. And he's like,
Yeah.
like, what is that? He goes, he said, I call it crap. He said, you have ruptured your disc and blown out everything on the inside and gone down your nerve channels and back to your legs, and it's pretty hard.
So what, you use everything you got?
He said, I can fix it. I've done a bunch of them. They screwed the laminectomy in '07. I was 9 months to go.
Mm-hmm.
Same damn thing happened again. I was on the table 10 months later.
Mhm.
Stitched up everything, cut a piece of my vertebrae off, packed it behind the disc, keep it in place, and I was supposed to get it fixed. And it did for 5 or 6 years, right? And just pain, more pain. So I go see a specialist, give them a rundown. Here's all my medical stuff. Like, we need to do a quick MRI, like, no problem. Get the MRI, it's like, oh, I'm like, well, that doesn't sound good. He said, your disc is leaking fluid into your spinal cord and spinal canal. I'm like, I can't, like, have another surgery. Like, I can't do this and recover. It was a pain in the ass. I'm like, this is totally different. They go through the front instead of, I said, you go through the front of my belly, into my spine. I'm like, it kind of seems like you're going around the mountain there. It's a real problem.
Hey, man, they do some weird surgery, you know?
Yeah, so I like anything, I verified who it was, like, oh, shit, this guy's like, he rewrote the book, he really did for this surgery, the fusion, and he's telling me he's gonna give me it. So he went through the front, and the bracket is on this side of my spine, not on my back, so.
It's on this one,
Yeah, so sore, like, for the kids, I can't, like, oh, really, because it's hurting, I can't get to it.
How long did you recover from that?
A year, probably rushed it back, because I can't.
You getting problems now?
The second, MRI bracket's supposed to be in there, just like this, it's in there about 11 o'clock. And this through is like, just rubs against the nerves. Like, the only thing.
How do you work?
Just work. For a very, very long
At least they
time.
give you pain medication for when that pops off and hits your nerve?
Correct. And I'm like, I don't really take any of that. I'm afraid. So you're gonna be able to speed here really fast. And I'm like, I'm good. I said, I have so many people I'm responsible for in the job. I don't like that shit. I said, I don't drink or nothing like that. I'm good. Try to tough it out. Advil. Like, this is not, working. He's like, so we'll start you on some low grade, hydrocodone basically. I'm like, okay, never had it, what you do? So that was 08, and start taking that to be able to get to work and, handle everything. So as time went along,
Where you worked at Denver?
I was working for legally construction out of that area. I was in for almost 10 years. And built a big railroad job downtown, it's just a big $100 million project. I just was bullshit with the CEO of the railroad, and I didn't know who that man was.
Right.
How much power he actually had. And we like hit it off, comes out there, he's like, hey, y'all gotta get it down from 120 million. He's like, I like your man, you're gonna do it for us, and, he's gotta run it all. I'm like, oh, that's great, but, so I got underestimated the effort and the time away from it, 6-7 days a week for months. And I, but it was, me build my career, and this was my stable job. You know, I've been working my whole life to get there, so.
Is that a normal work week for you, or was it just that? project?
Yeah, that project, it was cameras and all that, so that led to, you know, really just looking, COVID started, I had that second back surgery, it just, like I kept pushing it, going back early, more pain pills, like, didn't know it at the time, it's like, man, I'm taking these pain medications, it's not working. So I go to the doctor, I'm like, look, I'm taking this stuff, and there's nothing happening. So, fast forward for, I don't know, a couple of years, I guess, and as it has turned out, I don't know when she started, I just know that she started. And basically going in, taking my pain meds, and putting like, if you look at a heat wave Tylenol, you can't, you have to look. I don't look, I just take them, you know? So I didn't know that was going on. And like, kind of had an idea, started paying attention to what I was thinking, like the numbers were all different, so it was like, all right, so I just kind of set a trap in the kitchen to see who or what was happening, it was her.
Right.
So that's where that initial kind of breach of our marriage started right there, and it's like,
Okay, we'll get there, yeah, we'll get there.
that's kind of where, how we end up moving and all that stuff.
Okay, so you moved from B Street, and then you said you went to, Statham, Ball Farm, Statham?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, where were you at in Statham?
Bear Creek Road.
Right on Bear Creek Road?
Yes.
How long do you guys live there?
So I said about 80, 90 years or so, long enough that my parents are, part of their ashes are buried on that farm.
Are they really? Was that supposed to be the forever home?
That was supposed to be the forever home.
What happened with that?
She kind of started going really downhill.
Like she, Marcy?
Yeah, just like, had a really good job, engineer. I'm like feeling pressure to carry all the bills, and it's a lot to run all of that. Paying bills, boats, all that stuff, to be honest, just never made that much money a year of my life, and really, like, miserably controlling money. Yeah, never for me, our family, we never had more. It was clear, I was buying, just make the kids happy, we buy campers, stuff like that, you know? So we made the decision that I was gonna kind of step back, and we can sell our farm and make a killer profit, which we did. And just step back. She had a death in the family, the grandmother's house down in Fitzgerald was just hidden. And she said, you go heal. She had a job lined up with Georgia Pacific down there. I'm like, okay, house is paid for, truck's paid for, everything's good. I can get into a little more involvement with the kids, which is what I was missing. So we went down there and Colt and I, we started playing football. They won the little state title down there, doing everything that I thought that's what we
So
needed.
you moved to Fitzgerald after the farm?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the issue that we just discussed about followed us down there, and
You talking about the substance abuse stuff?
yes, so my parents were a block away, so we followed
How
us
long have you been in Fitzgerald for?
about 8, maybe 9 months. It wasn't long. And
Where'd you go after that?
I can call back up here after like their mom and all, like, you see what's happening, you need to get her help right now. And whatever that looks like, that's fine, I'm gonna take the kids, we're gonna go back home, I don't wanna be down here. I process, have to make a call and get a job and come back up here, and she needs help. She needs to be put in place and helped. Like, I can't do this anymore, the kids, they.
Is that when you moved up to Jefferson?
Yeah, so we came back, I made a phone call, like, yeah, come on, we'll hire you tomorrow. So came back up here, lived up here for probably a month, just trying to save money to get everybody to move back up here, so. Best school area I thought would be Jefferson as far as rent. And I don't know what happened before and after COVID, but like rent is like stupid. So we found what we could afford in Jefferson, moved in there, and really, me and the kids were good, just doing our every day.
And Marcy followed you back up here?
She did, she came back up probably.
How long ago was it?
I'd say we were probably there about 7 or 8 months, same thing. She came up and it was just a shit show, and no effort, no nothing, drinking all the time. I was at work and home still in bed, so that wasn't going to work. So.
You stayed in that one house for those few months and then you moved to,
So I had her mom come over to take her,
mhm.
and I said, so Will probably wanted to be with his mom. So the grandmother came up, so Marcy and Will Coley, and Jenny said she wanted to just go down there for a little while, come back and kind of flip flop. She wasn't sure yet, but Colt and I were gonna stay. Like, okay. So we stayed, Colt was doing his everyday thing. You know, it was like 7th grade, good schools. Somewhere along the line in 7th grade, some bullying started. Went to the school and was like, hey, what's going on? My son is, coming home, say there's, people are like picking on him, and.
What were they doing to him?
Well, he's obviously he was just kind of a quiet kid. He doesn't know, he's not really gonna walk up and be the center of the show, he said. Told me, he's like, I just eat lunch at the dinner table by myself, and it's a group of guys and a couple of girls, and we're making fun of him for sitting down there by himself and just mocking him or whatever, which that was the original going to school before this.
Yeah.
It's going crazy, here's what we're gonna do. Met with everybody at the school, told them this is what's going on. I said, I don't have exact names, I can give you what he's telling me. These people are, so I don't think you.
What school was this, you remember?
Yeah, this is, Jefferson Middle School.
Jefferson Middle?
Yes.
How long did you go there?
He was there for the time we moved into that house.
Okay.
So.
So you went to Statham and Statham schools for a little bit?
Yeah, he went to Statham, and then when we
Was
moved
he
down.
bullying in Statham?
No, nothing like that.
Just started in Jefferson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we went back, and I'm like, all right, so the things escalated. Now one of the kids, he's eating lunch will come by, while he's sitting there eating lunch, or flipping in the ear. Something, so for me, now they're making contact with him, like, can we just have a place in the school where Colt can come set up shop? And he's a really smart kid, like, he's really good at school. She's like, well, we don't operate that way, and we'll get counselors involved, which they did, and it just never really, So, I don't know, we talked about different things. I'm like, you gotta, on this computer and just gaming and crap, and for me, I'm just.
When did that start?
As soon as he could just get to school, it seemed like it was gaming and PlayStations, and then when
Like,
PlayStation.
did it happen before 7th grade or after 7th grade?
Their gaming and stuff.
Yeah.
As soon as like middle school started, that's when it was PlayStations and Xboxes, and for me, I'm like, no.
So he played football and all that in elementary school?
Yeah, and for me, I'm like, I don't want you sitting in front of the screen, I'm this all day, that's not how I was raised. I want to show you how I dealt with things growing up. It wasn't always easy. I said, I deer hunted for my first memory, and I thought that's how I could just bond with him one-on-one and just kind of work some stuff out with him. He'll maybe relax and tell him what's going on, and we can just build off of that.
When did you guys start deer hunting?
How
old was he?
Not last year, the year before that, the ending of that year, so once it's 22, I guess.
2022 is when we started here. I mean, how old was he in 2 years ago? 12?
Yeah, 12, going
I
on.
started about 7th grade.
Yeah. So got my plumber I was working with, like, holy man, this is great. He said, come out to the house, got a big farm. He said, I'll set you guys up a blind. And y'all can show up here in the morning and I'll walk down. And like, last day of the season too, I'm like, dude, we're not gonna shoot nothing because we ain't gonna shoot nothing. It's just about the process for him. So, I wanna try to like hook him right here. He's like, I got it. I'm like, okay. So great guy, great thing. Throw us a nice blind. Sure, my son comes up and I'm looking through binoculars and he's looking and he starts shaking. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, so that whole thing was a little buck. And he knows I was little the first year I shot was a broken horse, 5 foot tall. He shoots that deer ball straight up. Couldn't believe it. The gun jam, that was the only bad thing. So
He shot it?
He shot it. Like we had gone to the range, up in both ranges actually, Charlie Elliott, the one up in by, Big Glacier, I think it's what it is.
But Charlie Elliott, he shot his first deer in 2022.
Yeah. And
What kind of gun was he using then?
so that was a Bushmaster 450. And
What kind of ammo did he shoot?
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah, because I bought it from Mike's.
What kind of gun? I'm not a gun expert. What kind of gun is it?
So, the Bushmaster is kind of like I said, when I told Mike, I said he's little. I want to scare him when he pulls the trigger. I said, something that's not too big, but I don't want to wound the deer. When he pulls the trigger, I want the deer to go down. I said, I don't want to think about that. So, he's like, hey, this Bushmaster's good. It'll do the trick.
Is that like a hunting rifle or is that like a AR-15?
And that's the thing, I said, man, like the AR platform shotgun, they've got that look. I said, that's kind of what he's excited about. And, so Mike was like, here, let's try this Bushmaster. I'm like, okay. We only held 5, or 3 actually in the clip. I'm like, okay, that'll be a good start. So, just him and I, we sit down on the floor, we're
Not
gonna.
a hunting rifle, right? Is it like an old wood kind?
No, it's a plastic AR
Oh,
platform.
So it had 3 rounds in the
Yeah,
magazine?
it's really a small mag, and like I'm like, you only need one.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
So,
Did he want a bigger mag?
he just thought that, yeah, he wanted more bullets, and he just thought that it was like, he said, you know, can I break this? He has a little pellet gun.
Right.
He's like, can I put my pellet gun in a holster and walk down the woods? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So we sat down on the floor and went over everything that we were gonna do and not do with these weapons in the house. There's a no bullshit rule in this house. That's how that's gonna be, or they're gone. And that was never have a loaded weapon in that house.
We're kind of jumping around a little bit.
Well, yeah,
Not
so
get too far.
that was Jefferson, basically.
Okay, so Jefferson is the first time he really kind of got it. When did, what, you said you went to Charlie Elliott?
Yeah,
How many times did you take him to Charlie Elliott?
I'd say probably twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
What did y'all shoot while you were there?
We shot, I had a deer rifle, a very late deer rifle. I don't have that anymore. He shot his Bushmaster, and I had a shotgun. He only shot the shotgun.
Okay. Shotgun. He shot all 3 of those?
He wouldn't shoot my deer rifle, he was scared.
Okay. Well, why was he scared of it?
Because it was just big and loud, and he said, you know, it kicked me back, he didn't want anything to do with that.
You went to another shooting range?
Yeah,
Which one was that?
I wanna say it's Big Laser,
Big Laser.
yeah, in Banks County, I think up there along what's called the Tanger Outlet.
Okay. How many times you guys go up there?
I think only twice on there as well.
Okay.
Because once we moved, it's,
Did y'all shoot something different up there?
no,
Same guns?
yeah, we got got rid of the AR, the Bushmaster, that's what I was trying to tell you, because it jammed.
Yeah.
Called Mike, I'm like, I can't get the bullet out of here. So literally had to, took it apart, so it wouldn't, you know, but I still had a round hung up there.
Okay.
Took it back to Mike, I'm like, hey, I can't, he's excited, he's hooked, this worked. And I said, I just need to size it down on something that's not gonna do this with him. Because now I got scared of it, I don't want him
So
to.
you took that first gun, you got it set there, you took it back to, who'd you buy that from?
Mike's gun room.
Oh, Mike, okay, yeah. Is that who you buy all your guns?
Oh, yeah. I thought the sheriff in there one day.
Yeah.
You are the biggest sheriff I've ever seen.
I don't know if I figured, he's tall now.
He's tall, you know what I mean? I'm like, God.
So you went to Mike's number, what you got straight
So
on?
what we talked about was, like, the guy was, leasing land from, we were talking about, like, he really likes his hunting, the whole aspect of it. I said, we were talking about, I was telling him coyote hunting during the summertime, is how we kind of keep track of the land, put the cameras, like, I'm going through the whole deal for him, right?
Like, this is out of the house, the farmland in Salem?
Yeah, no, this is as he grew up, and we worked the shooting range, and I tell him all the hunting I used to do as a kid. And I said, where you shot that deer, it's just run over, with coyotes and killing it.
Where'd you guys hunt at?
So it's out, my plumber's got family land, it's like 20 acres, it's just right out behind his house. And I said, we can get a different style weapon, and we can work our way up to where you feel confident shooting a gun. They'll say,
So what do you upgrade to after this?
nothing, we just left it at that, and I told him, I just need to think about it and talk about it with him. How's he feel at jamming, messing with him or anything like that. So for Christmas, we were talking, and he said, Daddy, he said, I would really like to get another AR. He said, but I'm scared of the jam. I said, okay. He goes, he said, what? He said, that the AR that I had, I said, that's a 223 round. Just, you know, that's our coyote and our pig hunt gun.
Is that what you have?
That's what I have.
Okay. What kind of AR do you have?
I have, it's not a name brand, it's, I'll say it's Franklin or Johnson, it's just, like
Okay, just 223?
yeah, 223. So,
So you wanted one of those?
yeah,
What you said for Christmas, was it Christmas of seventh grade year?
this past Christmas,
Okay, so 2023.
yeah, we were living in our house where we are now.
Did you guys shoot or anything between seventh grade and?
Just at the ranges, those maybe one time, and one time I started with school, I just was focused on getting into school, not really going and doing any shooting and everything. Then all that kind of stuff went down with his mom, and she got into a whole shitload of trouble, so I just kind of shelved all that, so we could get it calm.
Okay. So after everything calmed down,
Yeah.
you got an AR for Christmas?
Yeah, I said, you know,
Well, that from Mike's too?
yeah, I said, the whole goal here was, he said he cared, like, he had so much fun, we bonded, like, I
That was
wanted,
his gun, right? That was for him?
it was for him,
Yeah.
but, like, it didn't stay in his room or anything, it was all in my closet right there, but when we go shoot, that's when I let him shoot.
Okay.
So,
So is that where you kept guns in the house, in your closet?
yeah,
Was that where they were the other day?
that's where I thought they were, yeah. A couple days before, I bought him just, I'm gonna say, oh, Dad, like, time baseball, so I can't, like, go do all this on a limb for him, you know, so I'm like, hey, I'll try to upgrade your scope, I know it's shitty, but I said, it's enough for us to go shoot in the range, you shot a deer with it, you're good, you know, and when we're moving, he was worried about, I was explaining foresight, and just all of this in the effort for him to be safe with the weapon.
Okay. What did you bought him something to upgrade the rifle?
No, it's just a laser cartridge that you put in there, shoots a laser,
Okay.
and you just look at your scope.
Okay.
And so that came in, and he had it,
So the laser was what?
yeah, it's like a 223 round with a laser in barrel, it turns on before it's like so. And I said, the whole effort with the hunting and the rifles and whatnot was, hey, bad boy, you keep doing good in school, doing these good things, making good grades, and she was, then this is something that we will do. It's not like a carrot.
Yeah.
That's a-
Kind of like the surviving, you know,
Correct,
hey,
correct.
you do all this, you go to school,
Correct.
we can shoot, you know?
Yeah, and it's always been like us, our family, mama just totally shit canned us, and it's just us now. And we have to just be together. I can't go away and buy things like that right now.
So where, I've been out to your house, where's your house, or where's your room in relation to Colt?
Yeah, so, when you go down the hallway, Colt's room is on the right. And when we first moved into that house, it was just me and Colt.
Is it one story, two story?
One story.
Okay.
Ranch house. And Jenny, his sister, she was like, Dad, I want to come back up and stay with y'all. I miss you. Don't like it really down here. It's like, no problem. Mom's in trouble. I'm like, I'll be there in the morning. About a week goes by. We'll try and get things ready. I get a call from DFAC in the middle of the night and all that. I'm sure that you read about her mom, his mom.
Yeah.
No. So the phone rings 2 o'clock. in the
When
morning.
is this?
Huh?
When is this?
This is here recently, probably, I can't give you the exact date, 6, 7, or 6, she's been going out for 8 months, she was old, 76, so 8 and a half months ago. Down there, living with her parents, and, painkillers, graduated to that. I had no clue. DFAC later on, like, well, my kids, I thought, DUI. She's like, well, she's driving, I can't tell you until I see you, stuff's got to be signed, I got legal, I'm like, she's like, can you be here tonight? I'm like, it's like almost 2 in the morning, it'll be 4 hours.
And you and Marcy, you are married, right?
We're married, we're not divorced,
So-
we're not legally.
Yeah. You're separated, but legally.
Correct. I did know my kids, I probably.
So Marcy got a DUI on.
No, that's what I thought. So I'm like, okay, I said, I'll come, it's gonna be middle, like 4 o'clock in the morning. She's like, okay, let's just meet there at 7:30. I'm like, you need to tell me what this is about. I had no idea. She said, just know that, your kids are safe. You just need to come down here and get them. And, okay, so Colt and I are running down there, and he's like, what do you think? He says, oh my God, no idea. So we get there, we go to her mom and dad's house, open their door, and we sit in her living room, she gets her phone out, like, okay. Marcy, they gave her a hair blood test, she starts reading the results,
Why did you give her hair blood test?
and, her sister apparently, that, I never got the whole story.
She had all the kids down there.
She had my little one,
Oh,
Jimmy. Yeah, Colin Gray, Colt was with me. And I'm like, at that time, I started thinking, I was like, okay, this is why Jimmy's going to come back, something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but, I had issues with drinking, that's wrong.
So what was the result of all that?
So they read it all, I'm like, yep. She said the prescription for Adderall, that was in there, opioids were in there, and the high wine or high alcohol content, like, I'm just like, I know all this. And she said, I've been doing this for the rest of my years, and I've never seen a level come back this high for that. And I'm like, what did you just say? We're sitting in the living room, and she's like, she is doing this currently based on what I'm like, and I stood up, I'm like, can I take my kids? She's like, hang on. She's like, it's wrong, no, confused, it's the
That's
Adderall.
what Marcy was saying.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is like the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so we finished all that, like, you got kids, you got custody of kids, visitation is only as Colin allows it, and where it's gonna be, is it's up to him, basically. I'm like, great.
So you did like a safety plan, you took the kids,
I took the
that still in place now?
No, it's not.
How long did they?
I'd say probably, right after probably 2 or 3 days after, after Lieutenant Guest beat on my door at 2:30 in the morning. He showed up with 3 or 4 different deputies.
You said, who beat on your door?
Lieutenant Guest for Barrow County.
What did he come out there?
I got his card. I need to work.
Was it recent?
Yeah, it was when I first got the kids back up there. Say, got the kids.
Like a recent, and then like a week
Oh,
ago?
no,
2 weeks ago?
no, sir.
How was it?
This was shortly after I got the kids back up there, so, I'd say we've been there for, so it's probably 5, 6 months ago, maybe. And these are off, I got his card and all
Oh, yeah,
that.
I'm not holding you.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure you do.
Okay.
So
So it was only, the safety plan was only 3 months?
he was beating on the door, she had called and said that
That's the end of the first video.
I took the kids for a fall break and never came back. I'm like, no. It's like, can I go to some other truck? He's like, yeah. I had that letter from DFAX, and he's like, this is safety plan, so this is what.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't understand things. I'm like, well, it should, because that's how I want to get kids.
Well, to kind of explain that better, Lieutenant Guest was,
I was like,
we don't get involved in that. And I'm sure that was probably the exact statement he made at you.
I was like,
Unless it's signed by a judge, we can't enforce that.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's kind of clear that.
Got it. So I don't know who grabbed him, somebody walking out my front yard, it's like, you're still married? I'm like, yeah. So he came back, he was like, okay. Whatever that conversation was, he was in the meeting, he came back on board.
Okay, good.
So then, once that settled,
I
right,
had to figure out when the safety plan was
it's like, holy shit, because I called the defense lady, I'm like, I got the law telling me that this doesn't matter.
what you said.
She was like, completely false. She was like, no, I'll go down there, I'll talk to everybody in the morning, and tell them you're abiding by the plan, it's no problem. You're doing everything that you're supposed to do by law. And she said, I'll go sit down with Jenny after this, make sure everybody is good and safe. And
It's you good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I told you. You don't get involved in it.
Yeah.
Wherever the kids are at, they stay.
That's right.
Figure that out.
And it was even, I said,
Yep.
okay, I'll go in there and wake them up if you want. And he's like, no, it's all good. So,
So let's kind of circle back around.
yeah, sure.
So last, Christmas.
Yes.
You bond the rifle that was used this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you guys, how many times you go with him to shoot that?
I would say probably twice.
You brought it
Yeah.
twice with him.
We went, both of those times, we went up to Big Laser.
Okay.
About.
Okay. So with that rifle, you went to Big Laser twice.
And the goal was to,
What, you said you bought him the bore scope? Attachment,
yeah, it's just a little
laser, yeah, I know so much. Did you buy any other attachments for it?
No, I had a bunch of stuff through the years of different parts and pieces or whatever.
Did you give him any of that, like if you did something good? or-
No, I just had, when I bought him, the rifle was just kind of stripped down. I said, he doesn't have very big hands. I said, we need to put just a normal, like, deer hunt scope on there and a little,
For the grip?
yeah, a grip on there because for whatever reason, that weapon has got a solid,
Yeah.
it's hot. Like,
Oh,
it's
that's
hot.
what I'm
So I said, we'll just put that on there and laser, and that's all, that's, the scope, they'll use a laser, bore sighter, you'll hit these pigs, they'll go straight down.
Yeah.
That's all that was.
So that was a big
Yeah.
That one was not big.
That's what, really, no, I would say.
223, it was 223, right?
223, where all of that was going was, because Jenny wants to mow hunt in a bad way.
Who does?
My little girl. so I was trying to, like, hey, this is probably how I should have started. But we need a bow hunt. Like, they've got pictures of me bow hunting and just through the years, Jimmy was wanting to do it. So the overall goal here was, hey, like, I need to start going to school, do what you're supposed to do. I said, we're gonna get back into the woods this fall. I said, look, I want us to get into bow hunting and just go from there, enjoy the outdoors for what it's worth.
Did he ever ask you for any parts, like any upgrades to the rifle?
He would ask me like, hey, he said, he asked me for a extended clip. And I said, he said, the one that we have, Colt's 20 or whatever, and I'm like, that's plenty. I said, I've got one in there. I said, it's not gonna.
You wanted more,
Yeah, this was like, this was way back. He said, I had one that held like 50 or so. And you could see in it, like, see how many rounds were in it. And that was just something, it was like, the only problem about these, in the original gift was, you don't know how many you got left till it stops, you know? I showed him that clip, he was like, can I use that on mine? That way I know. I'm like, sure. But, you know, anything weapon-wise, when the only time he ever touched that thing to go shoot it was when we were walking out.
Did you ever touch it? You mentioned that's the only time you ever touched it, shoot it. Did you ever touch it, do anything with it, clean it?
No, we sat down on the floor, and I took everything apart. And just, I said, I'm not smart enough to take springs and all that shit out. I said, take this back, I just do this, I oil all the parts, clean the barrel with the brush. I said, spray it with the brush, and I said, and then we put it back up.
How often did y'all do that with rifles?
After we were shooting, I tried to do the next day or a couple days after, I was just kind of hard. The whole original thing with these was just for us to bond, because the things they had gone through with their mom, it's like, I'm just trying to save everybody and keep my family together.
Yeah.
And he knows that, like, he knows that. So, he just had a lot of,
Yeah, so if we can go ahead and kind of transition into that. So, I kind of heard that, you know, from the, and again, this is a telephone game through the grapevine, that you've kind of been involved with the school, in some ways trying to get help for them. How long is that?
can I just say this?
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm at?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not bothered, just, like, I named my children, like, I need to just one more day, I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. I can
You feel what?
just his whole attitude changing.
How long could you kind of feel that?
So we had an argument, I don't know dates or time, so when everybody was at the house, and
Just like last week? Or
no, this was a few months ago, when all originally came down with his mama, and we had the discussion of, your mama is on this, takes all the pictures of the bus, her getting arrested, and just, I'm like, hey, we'll get the right people involved, we'll get through this together, but we can't go hell raising.
Was it shortly after the lieutenant, yes?
Yes, and I said, he's like, she's causing that. We can't even, we're looking out the windows now, they're gonna go on that stuff, they think we have something to do with this. I'm like, no. And so talking to her mom, their grandmother, like, hey, I need help. I said, the anxiety for him is increasing, and he's getting more bold towards me. And that's where he would say something off the cuff and go in his room, slam the door. I would just let that go because I don't want any bullshit starting from my little kids with them.
Right.
And as time went along, he became more and more like, confrontational. I said, all right, listen, I said, I want to get right
What would you guys get in arguments
about him calling her all these names and shit like that, and then him not wanting to be associated with her, and that was led to, I came to the school because everybody knows my mom's in that bad. It was led to her mom saying,
That stuff happened down at the sheriff, right?
it did, but up here is where it all, like, James said, they locked her up here. When they caught her, it was here at Walmart.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, it started all there. I had y'all tracking her cell phone, whatever, however that looked like. They were doing it, happened.
Did Colt know this?
Yep, they all three did.
How did you tell, is that something you told them, or?
They wanted to know what was happening because, I'm trying to think what triggered the whole damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
After Lieutenant Guest, it's before Lieutenant Guest, she just shows up out over it was, sorry, it was wrong. I'm trying to remember this, what timeline. Guest came by, and then that's where we were told we were doing the right thing. Our safety plan was in order, you're good, follow what we said. All right, and then, I don't know, a couple weeks go by, maybe a week, somebody beating on the door on Saturday, I'm like, what do doing? I look out the window, and it's her, unannounced, shouldn't be there. So I yelled out the window, like, hey, you're not supposed to be here, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to get your car and leave before I call the law. You can't just show up. Right. And she's screaming at me, I want my kids, but just carrying on and on and on. So, and the kids are there, they're scared, I'm like, calm down, and all that was doing was just really upsetting Colt and Shane to the point where he was mad about it, and I'm mad about it, but, like, you know, the whole goal here was to us to move up here, let her go get help, let her parents put her in an inpatient thing, and let us continue with our life. So there were words with him, her dad, his grandfather. The mom and the grandmama bought him a dirt bike. Right. For being a good boy, and what was trying to get him to do was she wanted him to come down there and live in Fitzgerald. And they said, the grandma said, I'll buy you a dirt bike, and then when you come down here, you can do online school. And that's right there is where I lost any, like, going to school. You know, he was like, well, you know, man, this is what they call her. It's like, man, they said, we could do online school, and I don't have to go.
Well, he did last year, because he was out of school for a long time.
Yeah.
We do online with it.
It started out with Georgia Online.
Okay.
We could not get, I tried to do
So
parents.
he did that from, say, October of last year to.
Yeah. Until he found out that, he wanted to go back and do 8th grade again with Jenny and go through 8th grade and through high school together. I'm like, okay. I don't know, that was a great idea. We really could give him a comfort level because his sister and I were really close. So, that's kind of where.
So what's your,
it's like,
you mentioned that you worked for, Kevin Price, general contract.
mm-hmm.
And how long have you been working for them?
Maybe 8-9 months now.
Okay. So for the past 8 or 9 months, what's your schedule like?
So my schedule is, I get up, wake everybody up in the morning about 6 o'clock. Everybody's awake. Make sure everybody's got their clothes, everything they need for school. I get little Coley dressed, and I take him to school every day.
Where does he go to school?
He goes to Austin Road Elementary.
He's a rocket.
He is a total war champ too.
So you wake everybody up,
Yeah.
and what time do you leave to take little Colby to school?
We leave at about 6:45 to 7 o'clock. If we're late, it's like 7. And and then like walking out the door, like Colt, you wake up, he's you, and they're getting dressed and ready to go, and he is, you know, goes last.
Yeah.
So you wake up, and then when I get him in school, I get to my job, I'm calling or texting, like, everybody good, you all to school, yes, good, and, you can see it on my phone, you know.
So, you leave about 7, and if you ever go back home, you just go straight to work.
No, I go straight to work.
What time do you have to be at work?
I'm the boss, so.
Whenever you get there. What time do you normally get there?
Yeah, I try to get there by 7:30.
No, are you that close to the, where's Kevin Price at? Is it? So you try to be at work at 7:30.
Yeah.
What time do you get home?
It's saying it could be 12, it could be later. Every single day is I'm walking to the truck by 2:30, always getting home about 3:15. And I'm trying to be in my driveway every day by 3:30 at the latest.
Okay, so sometimes you can leave at 12,
Yeah.
and then like the latest, 2:30 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, if we have something for them, a doctor's appointment or somewhere, they've gotta go, then, you know, I just make my arrangements with the guys that work for me, and
And you work
I would.
Monday through Friday, you work on the weekends,
If I've got a project, that I have to do Saturday, I'll.
so you get to be at home with the kids a lot.
Yeah, and they go with me, they all drove cranes and,
Okay.
yeah, when I did-
How often do you go with you?
He used to go all the time, when he was little, and
When do you stop doing that?
probably about the time puberty hit, to be honest.
About 7th grade? Okay. So he doesn't go anymore, he hasn't been going.
No, he hasn't,
So that, I mean, that's good, you get to be home that much.
Yeah.
What's a typical, like, when you get, what time do you normally get home, about 3:34 or something like that?
Yep.
And then what's your afternoon, like, what do y'all do?
The afternoon is, I would usually go to the park, me and Boo, and we'll go up there, and that's what we always call it. Or we'll go football, play football,
Go park.
right there in, Bethlehem, right behind the Civic Center, Bethlehem, the Civic Center, is a little park right there. So we would just pass ball over there every day after school.
Does Colt go there with you?
Sometimes he would go with us, him and Jay would just swing and me and Boo run around and chase and play on swing.
So sometimes you go to the park, what time y'all normally eat dinner?
We try to eat dinner, they're always chomping at the bit, like, 6:30, 7 o'clock, when the time change comes, I try to make sure we're obviously in the house, dinner, and everybody's laying down by 8:30. The older ones are, everybody's laying down. Yeah. Wow. And they'll, Jenny will lay there and we'll do her girl stuff and look on the phone, and Colt, he'll see what I'm looking at now.
It's gaming, huh?
Apparently, yeah. So,
Well, when you go check on him, tell him good night about 8:30 or 9.
yeah, no, I can hear it
What
through the
he's
wall.
playing with you?
Yeah, I can hear it.
What kind of video games you play?
He plays hell, last couple of weeks, he's been playing Minecraft with Jenny, like,
Minecraft?
nonstop.
Did you play anything else?
He's Call of Duty, like, trying to get me to play it, and I'm stuck, like, I can't play it, I just literally can't do it.
Yeah, you said you weren't too good at it.
I suck.
Yeah.
Like, he told me this, I keep stabbing myself in the leg, killing everybody else with it.
Yeah.
So, it's just something where, just get out of it, yeah.
What else is he into other than video games?
He can hit the hell out of the golf ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often you go to golf?
So when we got back over here when we were in Jackson, we go hit balls almost every weekend.
How long did you move back at that time?
We went to the Chimneys, played, showing how close we were. Actually still owe money for a putting contest, he beat me on it. The goal right there was when he smashed it, I'm like, you can write your ticket. I said, you're so smart. You can go to college and do this for a living. Like, you're a good looking kid.
So you said the last few months have been pretty bad. Do you guys argue a lot?
No, we
Don't
don't
argue a lot?
not leading up to the whole net bullshit is when it came off the rails, you know?
So that's when the argument started between you and him?
Yeah.
What's the typical argument look like for you guys?
It's, just stop. Just,
What's he doing?
he just cutting, slamming doors. And it's just like, I need you to stop, or I'm gonna take the kids on the lead till you calm down. So the first time,
Did you ever break anything in the house, throw anything?
yeah, he broke the door,
You broke the door?
Yeah.
What door did you break?
the hallway door.
Why did you do that?
Well, I guess because Jimmy locked the door.
What are you so mad at 84?
I don't, Jenny had said something about what they had been arguing about, and he chased her down the hall.
What were they arguing about?
I don't remember what exactly they were, but whatever she said, something, I think it was something at school that happened, and he was embarrassed about it, because he ran down the hallway.
Mhm.
His grandmother was there too, and I'm like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
And when he got to the end of the hallway, he like tripped over his foot bag and like landed his head into the door, and it knocked a hole in the closet door right
You ever break anything else around the house?
No, nothing like full on, you know, he knows like, all we have is my income, it takes everything that I have to just keep us food, clothes, bills.
Right. What did he, when he yelled and cussed at you, what did he say to you for?
He just told me because we have an agreement where we don't scream and yell, when we get to that point, like, you just need to walk away.
Right.
And
But what's the subject you're talking about?
it could be anything from grades to school, like here recently, it's like, I need you to go back to school, like, I
Yeah,
need that,
apparently he's only been in school 4 days.
right? I need that interaction, I need you to start to figure out what it's like to be in school. We talked to the school, I told them all the backstory, said, hey, here's what's going on with him. Smart kid, he should have,
When did you first talk to the school?
like when we signed him up, like when he said he was gonna go back to school.
Right. Did you read that when you talked to him about this whole demeanor? And
No, I hadn't said anything to him about
when
that.
you talked to him, what talked to him?
This was probably about 3 weeks ago, like, we had an argument or whatnot, and I was like, where I would get up and slam the door, kind of shit. He just wouldn't let it, like, he just wouldn't let it go. It just seemed like he was like wanting to, instead of back off of the fight, like he was really wanting to fight. And I'm
Why
like,
did you fight?
Yeah.
How many times you tried to do that?
the second time is when it's like, this is it. Like, we're done. I said,
What did you do to you?
nothing, he just bull rushed me, just pushed me up against the wall, and I just hold it, you know? The second time, he was like kind of flat around me, got hit me in the side of the head, and I told him, don't hit me in the face. Ever again, I'm gonna turn you loose, and you need to stop. So turn him loose, called mom, called grandmother, and I called, one sister is a retired cop, the other one is, works.
One of your sisters retired out
Yeah.
for work.
One lady, and
What'd she say?
she's been guiding me through all of this.
Has she?
You know, she's like,
What's her name?
Marion Gray, she retired, and then she actually moved back here,
Did she?
to Georgia, so.
How long was she got out there?
Oh, man, maybe 10 years, maybe a little longer. She was, last time I went on the ride along, she was a sergeant.
Hmm.
When she retired, she said, I retired as a lieutenant, so that was good.
So when you, in the afternoon, when you come home, and you said you gotta come home, what do you do when you first get home?
So when I first get home, I'll go around and tell everybody how your day, talk to everybody, but, you know, how was it, what happened, what you did, bad, and everything, and then what do you want for dinner? This is what we have. And then.
On days that is, you get home before him, don't you?
Yeah, well, sometimes, it just depends.
Yeah, I mean, if you get out 3:30, and what is he's there. And
So-
you know, his bus is.
Yeah, so, like when he's not on school and he's there, or? Yeah, so, and that's kind of where we're at, right? I'm like, what, I don't understand, like, we had this conversation, like, this is what we were gonna do. And he went the first day, and then, it's like the second day, he said, I don't feel like, my math teacher likes me. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Who's his math teacher?
I don't even know, he hasn't been there that long, like, I haven't even know.
Yeah, school started with August.
Yeah, and like, so, him getting back in the fray is like, it's really important, so, and I'm like, there's, you know, he's worried about the image that somebody's gonna find out about all his mama and all that crap, so I said, okay. I said,
What was it, his math teacher, why did his math teacher like him?
he never really expanded on that, and it was just an odd thing to say.
What about his other teachers?
He didn't,
He liked him?
he didn't say anything else about any other teachers, and just the way his demeanor, it just like, I don't know, was it him, was it his teachers, like, do they not know the backstory with him, where was?
Did you tell him that?
Yeah, oh yeah, told them why, online, they were really gracious, they,
When did you have this conversation with the teachers?
not with the teachers, with the
With,
the school principal
Yeah,
and
that
then the scheduler, yeah. She said, just bear with me, we've got all your paperwork, it's good. And I'm like, I want him to fail.
Yeah.
She said, but nobody fails. I'm like, how's that? And she said, we just push them on and we give them, schoolwork that brings them from what they're missing up to where they need to be sprinkled in with what they should be doing. I'm like, okay. So that was the extent of that. And then they have the backstory of his mama and what all happened. And I was clear in the very beginning, like, this is what happened. She can't come on the property and take the kids. She has to be, everybody told me that's what I need to do,
Right.
law enforcement.
so what was the plan for Colt?
Well, so that's what we were working towards. I said, hey, look, I now want to get him into a counselor, like, you know.
Had he ever, made threats to harm himself, want to make harm any of that?
No, not anybody else, but he
Yeah.
made the comment here and there, when he found out about the meth and him and his mom were having an argument. Just like, you know, what that life I have. I'm like, you know, hey, this is her life, not yours. We're doing our thing. Don't let what she's done define you.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm doing. So, I could not convince him to go back to school after he came back that second time. And I don't know what to do at this point. So I called up there and said, I want him to see the in-house counselor. Can we do this and set it up?
What's the counselor name?
Lisa, I need to look at my phone. Lisa, Hughes, I think she sent me an email and said, hey, they made contact at the school, and she said we would like to bring in a third party, be aware.
Bring like a third-party therapist
Yeah,
or
it's all-
psychologist or something?
Yeah, but, the awareness is a count.
Okay. When were they gonna do that?
This week, I had to fill out all the paperwork, which I did Thursday and Friday.
So you had an appointment this week?
Give them all permission, like, bring everybody, bring a specialized person, like,
What were they specifically, like, treating for?
they were gonna talk to him about coming to school, not worrying about what people are saying, don't be a loner, you know, come on, get back in the swing, things at school.
And
Try to
about
find-
what people were saying, it was that the stuff about his mom
Yeah.
being bad, busted, and being arrested.
Yeah, exactly. And then he was more worried about everybody knowing that he, you know, mom was a meth head, and that his biggest fear was failing and falling behind once he was in high
So the appointment this week, I'm assuming it was like today or tomorrow?
Yes, so they needed me to give permission, I filled out all the paperwork online, and said, thank you so much for
Have
this.
you been in communication with, Ms. Marcy about any kind of stuff with him, any kind of like, mental health?
Yeah, so,
Okay, tell me about that.
yeah, her and I have talked about that, and she was like, you know, he needs help at another level. And I'm
What
like,
does she mean by that?
she means like step into a place. And I'm like,
When she made that comment?
just recently, while this has been going on.
Sometime within the past 3 weeks?
Yeah, before all this just happened. And I'm like, the problem is.
Before you talked to the counselor the first time?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And then, so
Why didn't he be checked in somewhere?
she thought that that's what he needed because they argue and he doesn't have a filter.
Okay. What, has he made threats towards his mom?
Not threats, but, crap, yeah, just like shit like that. Just no,
Okay.
it's just things I don't want to even hear and say to her, let alone my brother and sister, so. I'm trying to navigate and manage all that, everything with that is very hard.
Yeah.
So, once that kind of, I told you I could feel it.
So, yeah.
Like, okay, this isn't, we need to do something. So I reached back out, said,
Was that before or after his mom suggested inpatient therapy?
what was
When you said you felt it?
Oh, this is after her and I had that conversation. I said, you be the one to tell him that he's not gonna take it from you. I said, I don't.
Did you reach out to anybody at that time?
No, I didn't read out professionally to anybody. I thought that, like, he'll go to his grandmother and he'll talk to her, not anything. So I
Do you have
called
a
her.
relationship with
Yeah,
her?
she was a school teacher for 4 years. And I'm like, hey, like, Jenny, we'll go and we're at church every Sunday. We go to Athens church every Sunday. I've been trying to get him to go with us. He went one time. So I share that with his grandmother because she's just always been there for us, right?
So how long after his mom suggested inpatient therapy, was it before you went to school?
So she's been mentioning something like that since she got out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then she came up here, I don't know, a couple, 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hadn't seen the kids. I'm like, okay, come back up. I want to say, yeah, a couple weeks ago, because I said, come back up, we'll cook some dinner. I said, well, let you hang out and talk to the kids. I'm sure you got 1,000 things to say. And I just, it went okay. And the day she was leaving, I went to work and, normal stuff. It was like, hey, said I'll take Boo-Boo and, I said, just make sure Colt can get on the bus. Apparently Colt and his mom had a huge fight. So they were called at work. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, he's flipped, he's lost his mind, he's screaming at me, he's like, I don't even know what triggered all of that, And I'm like, let me get out of this meeting, I'll call you back. I said, I'm gonna sit right here, just give me a second. So get through my meeting, call her up, and I'm like, what is going on? I said, he's at school. He was not using at the house. I said, I'm telling you, I texted him this morning, he said he was at school. And well, it turns out he wasn't. He was in the closet. And
How many times did that happen between you and him?
just that once. That.
So he never told you he was at school before or went to school and you found out that he
Yes,
wasn't?
that's the only time it's ever happened.
There's been roughly, 30 days of school?
Yeah.
No, I mean, 20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's been full.
I got a note that during this break, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll take a break and, be back. take a short recess.
And Your Honor, for the record, we backed it up about 5 seconds, so that when they come back, there's more context.
Great.
Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes,
Yes,
One in the restroom, sir.
That's good. She's doing something. Kind of keeps you sharp. Retirement is not. Oh, no, compared to what you.
Do you know how long you want to go?
I bet
This,
you guys
I think
will.
part of the interview has another about 30 minutes. You just want to end on this one?
I think we've got lunch, we've backed it up to 12:30.
Okay, so go, we want to go.
The plan is-
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, we'll move it to 16. I'm gonna do another.
That's 10-4, sir. Here comes, sir.
Thank you. We're gonna resume with the interview.
School, 20 days school, something.
Right.
And he's in 4 days.
Exactly.
So we come home and see him there.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, the first few days, like of school, like, okay, get back into it, and it was just, his mom came up, I was school, everything's good. And it's just that little rift that they had about her and what she did and our family, and, you know, he knows we're just taking everything I have to keep us together, and
So he threatened his mom during that blow up?
I don't know, like, threatened, I don't think so, it's just a bunch of name calling, and what he said when he called me was, she came down the hallway and, threatened him, and said something about, the way you're acting, I'm gonna talk to your daddy, and we're gonna have to take these guns and get them out of the house. I think that comment was made.
Yeah.
What she said is, he flew off the bed.
I was worried about guns. He made a comment about the inside of one of the guns?
Not around, that I.
But around other people?
No, I don't think that was the case. I think her dad.
Told you that?
Yeah, no, nobody said that directly to me, so I would be speculating. I know her dad's a retired Marine. He's always like, telling her, it was gonna be an issue, and,
So she told you to take the guns out of the house?
she said, hey, she went down in there and said, you need to get your shit straight, go to school, and we need to just get these guns put up, is what she said.
What he said?
And that's when it went from bad to worse. And she said, she was going out of the bedroom and he pushed her and she hit the door of the wall and the side of her head. And I'm like, okay, I'm on my way home. So got
You guys
home.
call law enforcement for that?
Nope, I didn't. She was, on her way home. Her parents came up and got her. And, when I found out, he finally was like, I'm like, Colt. I said, where are you? Because she's telling me he's there. I'm like arguing. No. Like, I'm on the bus. Everything's good. Like, in my mind, that's where he's at. I'm like, no. And when I got home, I'm like, what's the deal? He said, I hid it in the closet. And I'm like, why? He said, because Charlie, the grandfather, was coming up here to take her, and bring her back home. And he goes, I didn't want him going to our house since he's not even supposed to be on our property, let alone in our house. Him and I just have
You can't come pick her up?
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah,
Why did
just in my house.
why did he think he was coming to the house?
Who, Colt? Oh, because he came in the house. And like, I would have never known that except for when Colt finally got
By the time you got home, Marcy and Dad are gone.
and her mom, they come up and got her.
So that's, how many times do you think Colt's put hands on you?
Those 2 times.
Okay, and you put his hands on, how many times you put his hands on his mom?
That's kind of the worst with her.
So kind of the worst, is that the first time or not?
Yeah, no, there's not like confrontational, it's more verbal.
So, did she ever say anything to you and ask you, hey, look, I'm concerned, can you put the guns up somewhere?
Yeah, so, I'm glad you got to this point because if somebody can get to my damn phone and go to my Amazon account, you'll see and look at the date that I put that on the business card. I'm not paid the money, I have to pay the bills. After all that, I like $150 gun safe with a digital hand code. I couldn't buy it that day, I had to pay 2 paychecks.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever it was, that triggered me to go, okay, this is what's going on.
You mentioned the gun safe, let's go back to where you keep your guns. You said you keep them up on top of the closet? Loaded, unloaded, or something else? Never loaded. Anything on top of them?
All my sweaters.
So your door, like coming into your closet, right?
It's like shell.
Yeah.
All the way in the back.
Okay.
Nobody can reach above me.
So your closet door that you cut, you have a closet door you come in? Okay. Does that have a lock on it?
No lock.
It doesn't have any lock? That has like that bolts under like that?
But,
Did you ever think of maybe putting a lock on the closet door?
well, really, nobody, like my little one, he didn't even know we had guns in the house. Because
They call it, only you have guns in the house?
yeah, he knew, we put him up there and no.
So he knew where they were at.
Mhm.
And he you've been in there to put them on, after you clean them,
Whatever
side
I
them,
do,
whatever.
I take them, I set them up right there.
But he's been in there with you.
He's watched me put them up there with the understanding of don't,
Just keep them unloaded. Where do you keep your ammo and magazines and all that good stuff?
and empty magazines are on the right or in the shelf. If I had
In
a,
the closet?
yeah, I had an ammo box, like
What does that box look like?
green, like old, like World War
Two,
II.
like canteen?
Yeah.
Okay. How many magazines do you have?
We probably had maybe 6, 7, 8 of them, something like that.
And do you keep, ammunition in those magazines, keep them unloaded?
Yeah, we keep them unloaded, and, hell, half of the ones that are in there, we bought, like some surplus place, and they didn't even fit the rifle we bought for, so.
So you keep guns in the top closet?
Yeah.
And that's your AR,
That's right.
his AR?
Yeah.
And then as far as, what else do you have in there?
In the parlor.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, you have any handguns in
I
there?
have not in there. I have a Glock that I carry with me.
You got a lot on you now?
Now.
I was gonna say that, I mentioned that out there, and I just want to make sure you can have
I
it.
don't know, I would never put that on there.
So, you have a Glock, what kind of Glock do you have?
Glock 43.
43, okay, where do you carry it? Yeah, where do you carry that at?
I put it in my book bag,
In your book bag?
yeah, for work,
Okay.
on my laptop, all my work stuff in there. You'd be surprised what's happening on jobs.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Do you have any other guns?
That's it, I've got,
So your ammunition, where's your ammunition kept now?
and I don't really have a whole lot of ammunition. What I did have was in that box.
In the canteen box?
Yeah, in that box, and then like all my miscellaneous scratches.
So you keep the ammunition in like the box itself?
Yeah,
In like the paper box?
correct. And all in boxes, like, and if you walk into our house, like, we're still not even unpacked from all our stuff.
And how often do you go out there and check on where those rifles are at?
Uh,
You said you kind of had to put it over stuff. What do you have to put it over? Like
No,
pillow?
I know what's up there and all my big sweatshirts and all my Jordans
You
and
just
stuff.
put it over, right?
It's right there, and I have it sitting, like, so outside out of mine.
Okay. But how often? You go in every day and you check, say, okay, both my guns are there?
I can tell by what her mom has done through the years going through my stuff. The way I have things stacked up there, I would know if
So
something.
you don't physically go eyes on every day?
Not every day.
And, have you ever let Colt keep the rifle in his room?
No, after Christmas, he was super excited about it. I said, no clips, no nothing. I said, you can lay it up in here, in his bedroom. And he's got his golf clubs and his guitars and everything.
How many guitars do you have?
2,
Yes, two. Okay.
well, actually 2.5 ones, kind of, bigger.
Yeah. So you let him keep it in there, when did you stop letting him keep it in there?
There's no real set time or, like, not to have it in there. Really, once we,
So he had a gun in his room?
no, not all the time. We would have it in there, we'd shoot, he had it in there after Christmas here and there, but the majority of the time, it was in my closet, not really out for anybody. Once little man and Jenny moved in.
You ever come home and say you go in there, get it done, clean it, doing something with it?
If he did, maybe 1 or 2 times, but it was always back. When I come home or whatever.
Would he text you or call you and say, hey, Dad, can I go get the gun?
When I came home, it only happened like a couple of times, and when I got home from work, he said, hey, I cleaned the gun, and he said, I put it back up there. I'm like, for what? He said, I just want to see if I can do it. I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, don't do that until I'm here. He said, that's something, every time we get near the guns, I have to
Do
see
you always
it.
do everything you tell him to?
Yeah, always.
You always.
Always. That's the thing. That's like
When you told him to go to school,
Yep.
he didn't go to school.
And that's where it's like, okay, like I was telling you, I can feel like something's not, we need to get more people involved here. So, There's no way of knowing that this shit right here was gonna happen.
So when did you first hear about his interest in school shooters?
So we are big, I don't know how we got into the presidential race, but we go back and forth, him and I. And so I don't know if it was an interest in school shooters, like he never came to me and said, hey.
Yeah.
I told the investigators the other day, Jimmy bought in this flag, and I don't know what it was. It was a guy with red hair, it's almost like a girl. It's a weird, funny flag. She bought him off of Amazon. I was looking like, what is that? I thought it was Weird Al Yankovic. And he's like, who's that one? Never mind. I'm like, that's the craziest flag I've ever seen. Just in passing. Okay?
Who was it?
I have no idea.
Did you ask him?
Yeah, they told me, but I can't.
I can't remember.
Some computer guy that does the videos and all that stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Really, I didn't. It's such a horrible picture of a guy. I didn't really want to know about him. And then the flag was gone, and when I went in and said, hey, what do you want for dinner? This was probably a week ago. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna fix some dinner. You want pizza? What do you want to do? And I'm like, who's that? And he's really into music, like learn how to play guitars and all that. He looks just, I thought it was a guy from Green Day. Like, I'm like, oh, I said, that's that old man from Green Day that his son, I told you, has a band. He's like, no, that's not who that is. I'm like,
Who was it?
he never did tell me. I said, he goes, you don't know who that is? I said, no, I said, I think it's that guy from Green Day. Like whoever it is, just bag glasses, he had a more pair of eyeglasses on. And I laughed, he laughed, and that was that. So,
When's the last, was it just one picture of?
yeah, just one picture.
How often do you go in his room?
I now go in there almost every day. Those doors open, he's on the computer, it's dark. Hell, there's no one place that I'm in because I'm trying to, do laundry, cook dinner, take out the trash, cut the grass.
So you go in there every night, tell me good night, you go in there every morning, wake up, go in there to, like, me or my wife, sometimes when we go, I'll go in there and, just sit down and hang out, because my kids like studying.
Yeah, so he does that, and I go in there,
There's just that one picture of lashes.
yeah, just that one right there by the computer, that was the only thing on his wall.
That was all.
Yeah, and then,
Can I show you a picture real quick?
yeah. This is the guy. None of that was up there.
None of that was up there?
Yeah,
Just that one?
yeah.
That's kind of a whole lot more. You know who this guy is?
No idea.
You have no idea who that is? Can you see what that says right there? Yeah, the deadly toll 17. No, that is a school shooter. His name is Nicholas Cruz.
That's the same guy. That's the same
Yeah,
guy.
same guy.
Okay. This is the only thing I can see.
We got pictures from his social media down here.
This is in his room?
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you right now, I never saw any of that. There was one picture, that one, right there.
And you woke him up to go to school.
Yeah, no, here's what I was gonna say. So when Jenny moved in, I said, hey, you're living with us. I'm gonna give you the master bedroom with a private bath.
Right.
I'll sleep in the bunk bed with the, right. So I had Colt set up on a couch out in the living room. And then when I saved up enough, I bought queen size mattress and just bed frame, box frame, and set it up in a laundry room, just down the big room, like I was gonna make my bedroom. So the goal was like, Colt, your room is packed with all this stuff that you got going on, computers and, golf clubs, all this stuff. I said, you need to start getting better sleep, so I want you to make this your room back here. Sleep in the bed instead of the couch.
When you got that transition?
Probably maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago. So he would be asleep in there. And literally there was no, like, if he's on his computer, like, I'm not going in there and chit chat with him. He'll go in there and lay down or come out on the couch, and that's usually where if we're talking about school or anything going on, that's where he's at. Like,
So he never
he
told you?
never told me who that was. He never did. He in class said, I can't believe you don't know who that is. I'm like, I said, no, it looks like that singer.
Would it surprise you if, Colt said something different?
Maybe. Wow, what do you think?
So when I talked to Colt, he said that, he indicated that, you came by and you asked him who that was on the wall.
That's right.
And, he explained to you, he said, Dad, you don't know who that is.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. And you said, no, I don't. And he told you who it was Nicholas Cruz. And he was a school shooter, and he said it's not that big of a deal.
And then I said it looked like that singer, and he said Nicholas, that's what he said. He said it's no big deal. Like, there was no,
So he did say it's no big deal.
there was no, like, no, I'm telling you, there wasn't like, who is this? It wasn't like I went in there on a search.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, no. It was just kind of like in passing. I didn't ask him or go, I told you what I said to him. I didn't know. He has brought up that school shooting stuff when it happened, and
What did you say about it?
really, he just, like, we have conversations about how somebody could do that. And me telling him, like, you gotta be aware of people. You gotta be aware of your surroundings. Like, to be honest with you, the push was that I kept telling him, like, man, you would be great in law enforcement because of what you see. One time,
What do you mean, what you see? Give me an example.
like Fox News will show all that, blurred out stuff right there. And, he's like, yeah, I looked that up online, and I'm like, for what? He was like, because it could have been stopped. Like, you show me, like, how that guy for the gay nuts, how he got in there. It's like, they should have stopped him right there,
What was the game I played?
I don't know, a couple of years ago. I mean,
So
it's
he's
not
kind of
like,
into the true crime, like just looking up stuff.
I guess, like, as far as looking into it, I'm not,
Did he ever tell you that he looked up to him?
no,
You know,
no, that would not fly in my house.
How often, do you, go get his cell phone and go through it?
I just bought him a pay-as-you-go cell phone, so I haven't never gone through it.
You never, when did you buy him a cell phone?
I guess it was right before he was gonna start back school up here, 7th grade, so,
Okay, so in Jefferson.
yeah.
So 7th grade,
I think it was Jefferson, right when we moved here, it was,
okay.
yeah, it was before.
So he's had let's say, he's a 9th grade, so it's 2 years, so he's had a phone for about 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that long.
Do you know what kind of social media profiles he has?
No, because when we lived in Jefferson, one day, like, how y'all doing? We'll get dressed up like golf. Two law enforcement from Jefferson guys like, your son here, I'm like, yep. Like, he's in better get dressed, like, what's wrong? So I know you got all the information. Like, I didn't even know what that was when we started talking to him, like,
Yeah, what they say about it?
he said there has been something on Discord, because you know what that is? I'm like, no idea.
Right.
said, it's a chat room with a bunch of people, and your son, they would trace back the, I'm like, hold on. So we need to go get him. He's like, well, let me just tell you, so we traced back the IP because that threat was made for against the school shooting. I'm like, we need to go get him now. Went back, got him, I'm like, you need to come out here, and whatever you do, do not lie. You tell these people exactly what they're asking right now. So I'm watching them asking about, he's like, hey, I was gaming, there was a bunch of people, and he wasn't even sure if he could tell me who or when the comment was made. He just swore to me that he did. About
What was the comment?
something about shooting up a school. That was the only thing that was said to me or
So
him.
in seventh grade,
Yes, exactly.
the FBI comes up,
You know, just two Jefferson law enforcement detectives and,
because so two Jefferson may have came out there.
Yeah.
But did you know the tip came from the FBI?
yeah, I followed up with him, like, card, checking in with him. And he did tell me, he said, hey, the FBI's involved. I'm like, oh, shit, okay. I said, well, as soon as I hear or think I hear, I'm just gonna call you direct, so we can, you know, he said, if you hear back from me, then we need more information. We never heard anything. I called about a week later, he's like, no, you're good. He said, and he told Colt, he said, I do this every day, I can tell you the truth. Like, I know you are. So when they left, I'm like,
So that guy was a human lie detector does?
right. And I said, you've got to be aware of, like, so, like, if the chat boxes, I don't know anything about all that, so,
Yeah.
all I know is I told them is you don't get in these chat box rooms where you don't know who the hell is in there, because this is what can happen. And I said,
Did he say you saw that comment, or he just said he denied it? Yeah, Discord, but
he totally said, no. He said, I don't even use Discord a whole
that
lot.
was after you gave him the phone.
No,
That was before you gave him.
yeah, before I get
How much longer after that incident did you give him the phone?
I think the phone was like, once we got settled over here in Bethlehem as a carrot. I
Okay,
think,
I'm
I
kind
think,
of confused. I want to go back and revisit that, because I asked you about the phone. You said that you think that it happened.
yeah, I'm trying
Around
to,
seventh grade when he got the phone.
I'm trying to put the timeline, there's so many things.
Seventh grade, or is it last year that he got the phone?
So, no, I'll have to go look and tell you exactly what, I'm trying to think of where I went, what Walmart.
Before we talked about the whole stuff with the FBI, it was, he had a phone before that.
No, he did not have a phone when we lived in Jefferson.
Okay, he did not have a phone.
I couldn't afford
He
it.
didn't have a phone when he lived over here in Bear Creek.
Bear Creek, no, that was just little.
So he got a phone.
In
So after the FBI comes to your house and tell you about, or I'm sorry, I believe it was what they call, Jefferson, it's what they call TFO agent, and it's like they can get, Jefferson PD, they have task force, and they work with the FBI. They explain that to you? He did.
And he gave me his card, and said, anytime.
So after that Discord Discord account, I'm assuming you believed Colt.
Oh, yeah, because he shut everything down, there was no computers, anything like that, there was no, it literally scared him to the point where he's like, I don't wanna be involved in anything like that. So what now, and I'm telling you, if I was looking at his computer and he said he shut it down and wiped, I could not go in there and then go, no, you didn't. I'm not protect that.
So you get the phone and.
The phone, I'm trying to think timing wise, was part of.
That's okay, we can look at it later.
Yeah, it's just, I think this one came to
Because
Bethlehem.
he's only had that one phone, right?
That's it.
Right. So we can look in that phone, we can find that phone.
Yeah, it was more of a, hey, we're gonna get through this together, you're a good boy. I'm gonna show you I believe in you, that's how the phone showed up.
So, after that, he does get a phone.
Yeah.
No time, let's say he's had that phone, let's just say for argument's sake right now, and again, I'm not holding you to the timeline, and he's had it for roughly a year. You think he had it when y'all moved here in October last year?
No, he didn't have it. I don't know, I know it wasn't because I didn't have the money to do that. There's no way.
Okay,
I
so
would borrow money to move
at least a few months.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say a few months, but, you've never gone through his phone?
No.
Have you ever, we don't know what social media accounts he has. You know,
I was told none.
okay, who told you that?
Him, like, you don't have any of that, right? It's like, no. I go,
When did you ask him that?
we constantly, because when little man's in the house and he's on his computer, I'm like, I just don't want, you got Facebook? No. Like, I don't know what other platforms are out there to ask other than Facebook. Like, that's legit. Like, you do anything like I
Did
need
you
to
ever think about, after hearing about this board, about signing up on it, go see what it was like?
No, sir.
Just check it out?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
And then, have you ever gone through his computer? You ever looked on it, sit down and log?
And I know it's like horrible thing to say, I'm just not tech savvy to sit down and go through anything. You know, I know it sounds terrible, but that's true.
Where did he get his gaming computer from?
His grandmother bought it, for Christmas one.
This,
And then he took it apart and he needed some kind of video card to get better graphics.
who got that?
So on Amazon, I got him the game.
Who got the gaming card? We noticed that, that when we went out there, he kind of taken that apart a little bit.
It's just, everything is like that. You know, and like, what his grandmother bought one, I'm like dropping $500 for one of those towers, and he like takes it totally apart. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I just bought, he's like, I'm just upgrading the fan overheats, like,
How does he get these parts to upgrade?
the only upgrade I know is like the gaming card I buy it off of Amazon.
You said he was upgrading the fan?
He just would, he knows I don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes about these parts. I'm like, just, what's wrong? Is it overheats? When I play games or whatever, it overheats. I need a bigger fan and some kind of specialized, like,
Other than the graphics cards, you buying any other parts for the computer?
nothing to where, like,
Now, you said you dropped $500 for a tower.
Yeah.
Was you buying another computer?
no. One that, like the tower he had, just was slow in body. He showed me, like, I can't game. I'm like, okay, what do you need? So he showed me online, he's like, this is the best in the boxes and everything still out.
So the one that grandma got wasn't really good.
It's better than the one I had. She upgraded him.
Okay, so you bought a tower,
Yeah.
and he said, look, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's good. He used it for a while. He envisioned complaint, and then he wanted more power and speed. He
So his
said,
grandma upgraded. I got you, I'm tracking you.
Yeah. And all those parts and shit, that's what it looks like.
How often did you, have you ever had a reason, or is he ever given you a reason to go through his room, look, make sure he wasn't?
Nothing, never like,
Because when we were kind of talking to Jenny, and, she mentioned, because there were,
yeah,
and she mentioned he's like in his room all the time.
Yeah.
What's he doing in
he's on his computer
there? How often do you go check on him?
every day. I talk to him every day, dinner, go in there, you're gonna go to church with us, like, we talk all day long.
What, when you try to get him out of his room, he'll put up a fight? No,
He doesn't put up a fight, but he just, come the weekends, I'm like midnight off in bed. So that's kind of our standard rule. But like I said, over the last couple of weeks here, he's just been more on the defensive, I would say, more kind of like, anxiety filled, being short with me, being short with his little brother. So, I just tell him like, look, instead of screaming, yelling, getting upset, I can't have little brother and Jenny seeing this. So when he would go to in his room, he would shut the door and I would open the door like, are we good? And I could see gaming, like every time. That's what I would see.
So what does Jenny do when she's there? She,
Same thing, she helps do a laundry, cook, she's a really good cook, she'll cook, she does her own laundry, and then she'll chill out in her room,
what do you do for fun at the house?
play games.
What do you do for fun at the house?
I'm at the house, not for fun, I'm there to cook, pay bills, do laundry, try to keep everybody
You don't sit down and watch TV?
motivated. I mean, we will here and there, we watch the Masters, some of the Olympics, but we're not,
If you're watching TV, what are you watching?
probably the Weather Channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
God, why would we say that to me? Yeah, so, because it's like real, like I have to plan around.
Everybody says that to you, come to your house, and like, why are you watching this weird stuff?
Like, you call my sisters, any of them, like, what's your brother watching?
Wow, okay. Usually, you think you have any other hobbies other than,
We're deer hunting, outdoors, golf, like, you know, just trying to get them in that way.
every time you go out, does Colt always go out with you?
He, 9 times out of 10, yeah, but now that Jimmy and, little man are back, you know, he's a little more reserved, because, you know,
And they've been back how long?
I would say, coming up on about 8 months now, maybe for Christmas. So I just need to look, but whenever you see that Lieutenant Guest visited me, that's when that came.
So, kind of to go over a little bit with you, first I'd like to kind of discuss, or talk to him about.
What did he look like? What was he, what kind of shape was he in? I mean, if you please tell me it's remorseful.
Okay, well,
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to instruct you in general. Colt Gray's interview with law enforcement is inadmissible hearsay. He cannot be cross-examined. It's inadmissible hearsay. It does not make it admissible when it's discussed in Colin Gray's interview. So a little while earlier, Investigator Smith said, well, Colt told me that he told you that was Nicholas Cruz, the school shooter. That's inadmissible hearsay. So understand, I want you to disregard that. It does not prove that Colt said that, okay? That's inadmissible hearsay. Do not consider that. All right? We're gonna pick back up with, we've got a little while left remaining on the.
You kind of mentioned that, I do have a picture I'd like to show you. So I talked to him yesterday afternoon, all right? And this is what he looked like when I talked to him, okay? So that's the picture of him. Okay? One thing that I noticed when I was sitting here talking to him, was that it looked like he had some cuts on his arm. And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to, have you seen those before? Yeah. Have you seen those before?
Yeah, I think he's on Fitzgerald.
Those aren't Fitzgerald? What caused this?
Him,
He was there.
and we talked about that.
How long ago did he do that?
It's been close to a year. It's been a long time. That's what he said.
I mean, well, he said he cut himself.
Yeah, he has, and it's been a while. And like, when I saw those, it's like,
But he says, when I talked to him yesterday, I'm not gonna go, I can't go line by line by line yet. I haven't gone through and looked at everything, but, just going off of this.
That was the end of the second part of the interview, Your Honor.
Basically, he said that he suffered from depression for a while.
he has.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you tell me
Well,
that.
not a while. The depression is something that has just come on with his mom, when his mom came back.
So just in February of this year.
Yeah, and they've had conversations, and, we're trying to drill down into what do you need?
What was he last in Fitzgerald?
I guess I went down there to get everybody.
Yeah, that's a good bit more than a year ago.
But yeah, the original.
Did you ask him like that?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm just upset. I took all his knives, he had a pocket knife, I gave him from here. And I took them all. I'm like, that's not what we do. I'm like, I don't understand, like, what? He said, I was just sitting here clicking with the knife thinking, and I'm like, but you did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Why do you think somebody cut themselves?
I tried to just talk to him about that multiple times. He just said it was just something that happened. He would say he was upset at happened. I can't, it's been a while. I can't remember exactly what he said and what I said back and forth about it. I just told him it's not a normal thing.
So kind of going back a little bit to revisit that earlier timeline where we talked about where he lived. You've been here in Barrow since October last year, correct?
And, I moved in June into Bethlehem.
Okay. Where did you live between Bethlehem and, because I thought when I talked to Colt, you mentioned that he was here in Barrow. And you guys moved back here in October last year.
When we came back, we were in Jefferson, and all that happened with the school. We waited for the summer to be there, and I broke that lease. And, we moved into the house in like June, beginning of June. That's when we've been,
Beginning of June, yeah, this year.
last year,
So you moved back here, you went to Jefferson.
correct. I just go back to
So
Jefferson,
when did they come and,
Jefferson to here.
okay, because, when I talked to you, we talked about you being in Jefferson for 7 to 8 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So they came to visit you in May at Jefferson. So maybe about a year in Jefferson.
Maybe.
Did you lease the house up there, you normally sign a year lease?
Year's lease, but I was a little short on that lease, but she was gracious.
Okay.
We were good. And no one came here.
Okay, and then Fitzgerald, so let's say roughly June of last year, so at least a year and a half. Y'all kind of had an idea that he was self-harming. Yeah, that's what people do that, and usually it's depression.
I mean, I think that this wasn't something, that happened, and it wasn't like I had to worry about it happening if we had a disagreement. Like, it wasn't.
You were worried enough to take the knife.
Well, when I first did it, it's like, you did what?
Mm-hmm.
And then as we kind of just went through, it's like, hey, we're good, we started back being normal, you know, day in, day out, doing our normal stuff, and it's like, you know, like, you only had a little pocket knife for that. I didn't say like, here's your knife.
Did Colt ever come to you and tell you that he was suffering from mania?
No, this is what just came up and with his mama. This is a hot one on the
That's roughly you.
No, this just happened, like this just happened. She was up here last week, whatever, like here recently, last weekend.
But Colt never told you he suffered from mania.
To me, never heard that.
How do you think Colt was telling me what he told you?
I don't know why he would say that, but I'm gonna tell you where I heard it. Marcy comes up, or she's going home, one of the two, we start having a conversation about Colt. Like, when I got that kind of said to me, we were talking about counselors in school, and she's like, well, this is what he asked me, and I'm like, okay, he said, she said, I was talking to him, he said, do you think I need to be, what is it? Do you think I need to be, or how do you get into anything about it?
When did he say that?
Here recently, to his mama, and she said that to me, and I'm like, what is that? So that's kind of like another thing where, like I'm telling you, I can feel something is off, like this is not getting better.
But for you, that all feeling's only been in the past month or so.
Like we need to do something immediately, like, yeah. You know? And when, hell, I can think the other day we were talking about that, I'm like, well, how did he say that? I've never even heard him talk like that.
So I'm just kind of going back to kind of remember some of the notes and stuff that I took with Colt, and you know, he tells me that he told you that he was suffering from depression, and that he was suffering from mania, and that he was going to kill himself.
Seriously?
Yeah, I mean,
if that's the kind of stuff, we're in the truck and we're going to the hospital. And he knows that. He can't say that he didn't need to sit there.
Judge, just to be consistent, we would ask for to give a limited instruction after that last statement.
So, again, ladies, in general, there are exceptions, but in general, things Colt has said to an investigator are hearsay. His statement that he's been considering killing himself or has mania, it's not offered to prove that that is in fact true. that satisfied, or do you?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe we approach.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna work through some things. Y'all are gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, so meeting recess till 1:30. Don't me see. There's another 15, 20 minutes of this interview, is that right?
I would say 40.
Oh, this one was 40, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
The whole thing was 47 minutes, this particular clip. It goes to 53:35. We are at
18 minutes.
6:47. He steps out at 39. Yeah, about 40. Sorry.
All right. Is what the state approached, to show me, is that the last of the,
That's what I'm looking at, Your Honor. That's why I wanted to break for lunch. I didn't want to keep
Okay.
coming up there and trying to see things. I think that's the last of it.
all right, we'll go ahead and break, then if that is beneficial. And then I know that we have some of the photos that we still need, that we were gonna talk about on the back end of lunch. I don't know.
And based on where we've gotten with Investigator Smith's testimony, I do anticipate there being another break between the next witness if you want to wait until that.
All right. We can do that. Do you want to resume at 1:15 or do you want to just take a couple, I mean, I don't know how y'all want to handle that.
Yeah, let's do that.
1:15 works.
Okay.
Atlanta News First Plus starts now.
Sorry, Judge, you snuck in on me.
I'm not gonna get by.
So currently, we're in this area. I'm gonna have her skip through all this to this, where we start on.
Okay, so that skips over.
Yeah, they're all in. This is going on this side. Oh, you're ahead of me.
Okay.
We're getting to that. So this just kind of finishing up what we were just talking about.
Okay.
So we'll start here,
Okay.
and then that kicks in here, or hold up, there's something. Okay, so this is Jenny.
Yes.
I would argue that since she testified this.
We're okay with Jimmy. We're trying to put her through.
So the next part, Colt, goes through what Colt's in.
Yes.
School.
Well, we gotta be consistent.
Well, the reason we're asking for it is because then it leads into this conversation. It says, the only thing I know is and it kind of just the context of it.
And then,
And after that, I believe it's just Jimmy Morrison.
well, there's this thing that Colt describes how he just,
That's what I thought.
okay, so you're trying to get into that.
I mean, I think,
No, it's okay.
I don't think
Yes.
I don't think it's prejudicial. He's describing what happened. So no one's arguing that but it leads into the last thing he says is on forces are we want to get in. He has mental disorders. So that's kind of why.
When you get stuck. Right, just because he feels that's a little clear why he thinks it's just.
You want that out? Where you want it stopped?
I'm sure you want those. Yes.
Starting it. Turn around.
For the record, I'd like to say that I showed them how to use the technology.
There you go. For the record, like you didn't,
I did
that's why they
something.
need me.
I did something.
You did computer.
I did computer stuff.
Julie, you get that one?
I did, every word.
All right, bring it in.
Let me see. Investigator Smith around? He was. Yes. You okay with the moment? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume with the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume with the interview.
A year and a half ago, well, not even quite a year and a half, but a year and a few months ago, you got the FBI coming out there, or TFO agent from the FBI coming out to your house, and saying your son's for a shoot up school.
No, he said it was in that thing. And I'm telling you, we went round and round. I was like, I need to know what he was.
And I'll get I'll pull the report from him. But basically, he was in a chat room, his son was in a chat room.
Correct.
Where they were talking about shooting up school.
Yep.
And then we have, him cutting himself.
Yep.
And
Well,
we have,
so the chat room is something that he, to this day, swears up and down, he didn't even know that was said. He just said it was a bunch of.
no, he said the same thing to me.
Okay, good. So I'm not red flagging that. Like, okay, well, you learned your lesson, it's a hammer for me.
I just know, and what I try to do to help me better understand cases is I try to put myself in someone else's shoes.
Sure,
I have kids,
yeah,
and again, you just say I didn't work in law enforcement, to me as a regular dad, if the law enforcement comes, no matter who they are, law enforcement comes to my house and tells me that my son
oh, yeah,
was in a room where they were talking about committing a school shooting,
yeah,
that is gonna be a giant red flag.
oh, and it was.
No matter what my kid says, because kids can lie, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And it was,
That's a huge red flag.
it was, and I talked to that officer.
I'm probably you're not gonna have a computer, you're not gonna have a phone, you're not gonna be on the internet. Is that what happened?
It was done, no,
You took his computer?
yeah, we just, like,
Right, just like when you took your lines after you done stuff.
everybody take a break.
Right.
When you feel like coming back and being normal, let me know, we'll talk about all this.
Right.
Something along those lines.
And then you got to sprinkle in there his interest with true crime.
Yeah.
That you guys talk about, he has this innate ability, like, as a 13, 14-year-old man or a child, he is looking at these news cameras that are what's being printed on the news, and they have the blurred out images, but he is seeking to go find the graphic images.
I don't know about that, but
Well, there's a blurred image, right, on the box, and then he went to go see the actual image.
yeah, and it was more like fear, that I have to worry about this in school. Like, no, they've got officers there, like, no, no, you're not, this is just like that. That was I thought at the time was the interest, like, is that happen to us like that?
So when did you give his computer back to him? Because he was able to go look up all this about the school shooters and stuff. When did you give his computer back to him?
In Jefferson?
Yeah.
I have no idea when I gave it back in, because that was towards the end of school, and then we started moving.
When did you buy him the computer?
I bought him a tower, I guess right before we left Jefferson, like just a gaming, low budget gaming tower.
Okay.
Like a GT40 or something, big gaming computer. But never, let me be exceptionally clear, right now. If he ever said anything to me about killing himself, there's not hell in my water gonna keep me from taking him to the hospital, right then.
Right.
That's,
So let's kind of visit, let's unpack that. Did Miss Marcy and Miss Debbie come to you and talk about having him go to Athens Behavioral Health?
yeah, that's what we're working on.
That's what we're working on.
That's stuff.
What were you supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
Was I?
You or who was supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
I didn't know the appointment would have been there.
Well, I know you didn't have an appointment, but I think the reason that there was no appointment made is because they said on Saturdays, you didn't need to make an appointment because it's not a busy day.
I didn't talk to anybody there. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you did.
Oh, I don't know.
But did you talk to Marcy
About
and Debbie about taking him to Athens and having him, you never had a conversation with them
Not
about,
about Athens.
about where?
I mean, not about going, the only person we talked about was school and getting that third party counselor in there for him. That was our conversation.
Because when, in an interview with Miss Debbie and Mr. Marcy, they both indicated that this past Saturday, that the Colt was supposed to be taken.
That's the first time I've heard that.
No, you
Swear to God, never heard that before.
never heard that before?
Nope, never.
Okay. Why do you think that would be said?
Because that's what I told you, we were trying to get help for him, like, so he, like, he's not normal for the way he's not wanting to go to school, and he's just been through a lot with his mom. Like he's voiced, like he's having trouble, he's telling me he's having trouble, it's just a lot.
Do you think it would have been a bad idea to take him or a good idea to take him?
I didn't even know, it would be a great idea. That's what we're trying to do, is decide as a family if we want to check him in somewhere and we like admit him or just get.
And that was, I remember you saying that Marcy first had the idea of checking in somewhere months ago. When you pushed her and you came home.
No, that was just like last week.
Okay. What was the incident you were telling me about? Was that?
That's what I'm talking about. with him.
Last week or-
Yeah, when his dad came up here and all that, it's that kind of stuff that he went through down there living with them that kind of.
Did Marcy ever ask you to take the guns out of the house? Or put them up or hide them somewhere?
No, yeah, we've always been like that, like our guns have always been.
But what did Marcy ask you about the guns? What did she say to you?
She just said after the confrontation she had with Colt was like, you need to put them up or get rid of them. And I said, okay.
Did you put them up or get rid of them?
They're up. And my thought was, is I'm having a conversation with Colt about all this and.
Did you have a conversation with Colt about that?
Yeah, like he told me exactly what happened, that his mama kind of it was a different story than what she said. And she kind of came charging in there, calling an MFer and got in his face and like, okay, that's what happened. I'm like, okay. But this Athens thing, I was not swearing out of where he was supposed to go. Like for Christ's sake, I would have taken him there. That would have been great. But no, that was never, nobody ever said there is a set appointment for him anywhere. So we've all been
Right,
right.
yeah, I mean, there wasn't an appointment made, no.
I mean, like, if all my insurance, I would have to know about it. Nobody ever said, hey, go. Like, we're set up to bring him. Like, I didn't know that they talked to Athens. Like,
Okay. So tell me about Jenny. How is Jenny? Sounds like they're really close, right?
they're close. She was super quiet.
She is?
Yeah, real reserved and,
Is she a pretty cheerful kid?
yeah, she's good. She is.
Have you ever taught her in a lot before?
Jenny, nothing major that I can think
What's she
of.
lie about?
I'm saying, no. I can't think of anything like major.
Have you ever called Colton a lie?
I'm sure I have. I can't,
Can't think of anything off the top of your head.
no. Like, kind of a lot in my process here, and these questions are like, I don't know, like, I don't know.
No.
Like, I don't know when I bought that tower, it was like around Christmas or something.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not looking for an example.
Yeah,
I know you don't carry around receipts, but these are questions that we gotta figure out, we gotta find out.
Yeah, I get it.
Because, you know, a lot of people want answers to these questions.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I do too.
So these are some things that, you know, you kind of need to be thinking about. But we did talk with Jenny today.
Yeah.
And, she did very well, today. And we when we talked to her, and she's very close to the brother, she goes in his room and they play video games together, so on and so forth. One of the things that she stated, was that, was a Colt has his arm in his room.
It's not all the time,
Okay, so how often?
there was never an inkling or a thought of anything like this ever happening. That's not like,
Well, there was an income.
well, I mean,
There, you know,
not really for him. Just for him, this was our escape out into the wilderness kind of thing. That's all this was. Like, if we were getting guns down to clean them or stove or something like that, it was purely range or deer hunting. That's what this was. I thought, but apparently not. So.
She mentioned that over the past couple of days that he had been kind of cleaning, Just got off. Did you see anything? But you don't know when he had it done, when he did that. You couldn't say on any given day.
He never just have it done, like in his room. That's not the rule. That's not it. They're in the bedroom. If he, like that little lady.
You're better? You're better?
In my bedroom, where it's over the other thing now. Now, this is a couple days ago. I was looking to see that little laser thing came down and he had it down. We were messing with the scope and all that, just purely what we have been doing leading up to this. This was not in my train of thought, obviously. So, as far as cleaning it, I never saw it. We don't really have a whole lot to clean and done with. So, and he knows not to do that shit in front of me. It's not like, that's not a toy.
But, so, I guess the reason I'm kind of drilling down on it is I'm trying to figure out how often he had it done, how much access he had to it.
Yeah, I mean, there was.
It sounds like, I mean, if you weren't home, because he doesn't have to get everyone to school or 34 days, I think it's over here. He could have gone in there, and one of those days he got it.
Well, it was a trust kind of thing. It's the reason we bought it. Like, trust.
You trust it?
Like, I mean, it's like, he was checking the boxes, doing everything he needed to do.
What boxes were you checking?
Just staying calm, getting back in school, like, being committed to getting back in school, like, just everything he said he was gonna do. And then when the mess shit happened,
I guess, Colin, I have a different understanding of checking the boxes, because he made the commitment to go back to school.
yeah.
When he didn't go to school, he went 4 days.
Well, this year, he went 4 days. The conversation that you don't and not know about is, could he go to school?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're kind of like at with this whole thing.
Go to school.
Can he go to school and just say he's gonna go to school and do what he's supposed to do and not worry about all the kids and the bullying and all the, like.
Who was bullying?
In Jefferson,
Okay, but not here.
not here. No, when he came back here, he was.
He did online school for a period of time too, right? How long did he?
I don't know, man, he went through all of online till, I don't know, towards the end of this year. And then his grandmother said that we were gonna just try to get him enrolled back in school. And if it didn't work, that, I was looking at sending him to different places for school, like a military school, and there was just, this was his chance to get back into school and just have some normalcy, not worry about all of that. He got so far behind. I felt like he was like gonna be picked on and looked at because he was so far behind. And he never was just a go-getter out being the life of the crowd. He just, he just would be by himself and not want any crowd started.
What have you heard, as far as the actual case? Have you been listening to the news, been told about how many people were injured, hurt?
I came home, the TV was on, I got home, and I saw the overhead of the football field. I shut the TV off. And then talking to my family, so the news was calling everybody in my family, and I'm talking to them, and they're telling me what all this happened, and how many people.
What did the news say to you?
They just wanted in the house.
They wanted what house?
My house. They want to interview me and want to talk to me and they all need y'all's property. So that went on.
What did the news say about the injured and the deceased?
Nobody. I never had that conversation. I'm not going to have that conversation with the news media. What do you got on property?
What about law enforcement?
I haven't talked to them since everybody left the house. You're it.
So I'm gonna share with you the warrants that were taken. Okay. So, so right now, he has, I've taken 4 warrants for his arrest. Okay. And they are, and this is preliminary because we're still processing evidence. We're still going over the evidence. There are 4 warrants for his arrest for the offense of felony murder. No. It has to be. What do you say it has to be? A lot of damage done. What is it? What? So there were 4 people who lost their lives. So and I'm gonna give you the picture, kind of in talking to everybody, kind of what happened that morning, to the best of my ability. All right, from what was told to me, this is kind of what I've been able to develop so far. So Colt says that he makes this decision to bring this rifle to school. How did you get a long rifle on a bus and in school? Like, I don't understand that. Well, he took some steps to do that, right? So he puts the rifle in his book bag. And not only does he put the rifle in his book bag, he goes and he takes poster board and he wraps the top of the rifle sticking out of the book bag in poster board. And then he takes on top of that and puts some kind of hat over the top of the top of the poster board. And he told everyone that it was a project. And the poster was a Happy Mother's Day poster that I had them made. How did you know that? Because it was in his room, like it's our thing to try to help her. Yeah. So he wraps this up in poster board. And he gets on the bus. He tells everybody, it's a project. He goes to class. He tells them it's a project. And then he goes to his second period class where he makes the decision to go into the bathroom
going down the list. I even reached out to, a psychologist in Bethlehem, like, do you take my insurance? Yes. Here's kind of the backstory I got with Colt, was talking about that, and then,
Has Colt kind of stand on track with the argument? Has he ever told you that he hated you during the argument?
yeah,
Has he ever told you that he wanted to hurt you?
he's always
Threatened to hurt you?
not like, more like, what are you gonna do about it kind of stuff. And what I chose to do is just to leave him alone. And
Did Jenny describe seeing him kick you, punch you, hit you,
that was the second time,
and that was how long ago?
probably a month and a half ago, before he started back to school.
Yeah.
And that's when I pulled in every,
Did you ever throw anything?
say, hey, to the screwdriver at me.
What did he say to you before he did that?
I didn't hear him say anything to me at all, but, when I picked up the screwdriver, I probably should have, I said, you're going, I said, I need to call the law.
So Jenny knew that he had a lot of social media accounts. He actually had a lot of them. And he would create them, delete them, and create them, and delete them. When you're talking to Jenny, did she ever share that with you?
She never told me, and like, I'm all about, social media, so
Help me understand how the conversations with Jenny would go. When,
we wouldn't sit down and just sit there and have a long conversation about Colt. I mean, that's not, it was more about just, hey, we're giving him help, insurance kicks in, he's going, like, I'm trying to just see it coming and be neutral, and, I feel like he's gonna get that way, then we'll go to the park and he'll calm down and he'll give me a call and say, hey, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper, blah, blah, blah. And that's typically how it would go. But it was a lot of back and forth about his mom and, what really started the whole thing of her coming back, he asked, he said, do you ever think that we'll be back together as a family and we can get mama some help? And I'm like, yeah. I said, I'm not doing that or bringing her back into our lives until everybody is ready to do that. He actually was the one that was like, yeah, let's try to get her some help. And, I don't want her to end up alone. And we had that conversation, just stand up in the backyard, and I'm like, okay.
you didn't want to do it as long.
He didn't want his mama to end up alone. And I said, well, I respect that. I said, so let's work on what it takes to get her back here and us as a family. The mission was to keep our family together, all of us, and just turn the page and try to start over normal.
Yeah.
I can add something.
Yeah.
For the record, Your Honor, the investigator stepped out of the room, or fast forwarding until when he comes back.
I'm sorry, man. I had to go to like 4 different people's offices, and none of my keys were in anybody's office. Yeah, we're almost done. One of the other things that, kind of, we talked to, the other investigator. I mentioned that Marcy, reported that she had conversations about him being obsessed with Prosecutors. And even that was a, folks on admission, was that he was obsessed with it.
I don't know about it, that he shared with her that one that I was telling you about. That felon case that we really talked about that day. So, it's like in my mind, like, no, like I'm literally like having normal conversations with him. And even in my notes I got out here, I'm like, this happened, the April thing, like, nobody ever said that to me. Like, that is false, that's wrong, nobody, or we would have been there.
Yeah.
Like, for real. But as far as that, him and her, ever since all that went down with all that damn mess and her getting locked up here and threatening did she bring up that she threatened to kill Cole and all that? You know, so that's where, when that happened, and her mother told him that, she should have never done that, like, she agreed, but looking back hindsight, right? Once that statement was made, that's where the relationship between him and his mother was broken right there. So what was said back and forth, I don't know how much to take in stock into that, because he just is like washing hands with his mama, like there's no, like he wouldn't care if she locked up and throw away the key, basically. He couldn't get over that she had made that statement. Like that was a big, well, the way I understand it, she said the same thing about me too. But,
So he knew that she was talking about putting him in a.
no, this was her, she said that about, she said that about killing her son and me. That's what I'm talking about. And when her mom told him that, I was like, that just broke it with him. So it was just trying to give everybody space at first, her to take care of all of her issues, let everybody calm down, too. Us doing the right thing, and then me telling him, like, she's not gonna kill
So
him.
you mentioned your own notes. Is there anything, I've asked you questions for a couple hours now. Is there something you want to ask me?
I just only thing I wanna ask you is what I'm taking back here, I'm listening, and it's like, you're doing your job, I get it. The way I feel like I'm being portrayed is like just hey, who gives a shit kind of dad, that's not.
Why do you feel like you're being afraid like that?
Just because I know, like, it looks with what had happened, for me to tell you, it was an agreement. We never had those weapons in our house. We had a long conversation with Colt, but it would have never been there, ever. And it was just, like, this look on blood, I was like, these are scams. How we go to work and get through all this. I was just sitting here thinking, we sitting here telling you I still want in my closet, and they were up and out, reaching out of sight, like, that, it just comes across in this camera film, I guess, like, I should have done more, yeah, and I'm like.
Do you feel like you should have done more?
Well, as soon as I felt like something was different, like with him, that's immediate when I was like, I need to buy this gun case, and if he continues to kind of not be who he said he was.
Why did you buy the gun case?
It's sitting in my car, and I couldn't afford it.
Well, what was the catalyst for the rest of you? I remember you telling me about that.
I was just saying that I could just him going back to school.
Was that after Marcy told you to put the guns up?
No, this was after him and her had that big old thing.
There was a red flag that went off for you, like, hey, I need to lock this down.
Well, there was okay, until we can give him some help and everybody calm, I just need to do the right thing, to just get him put up or out of the house, like either way. Like, and that was known, that was coming, I had to pay $74 this week to buy it. So it's still sitting around in my car for $134.
And that was after the incident last week.
With
them.
Marcy,
Okay.
yeah, with him and his mom, so
And she
really.
came up last week.
Yeah, and really I was debating like this week, like, well, if he goes to school, then I may just come home and take everything up to Mike and just tell him to hold on to it for a while, just until I can make sure everybody's like, you know,
Why didn't you do that last week?
this is not on the radar. You know, him and his mother have gone,
Well, something, again, was the school shooting itself on your radar?
oh, no.
Okay, yeah, you're saying it's not on your radar. But something was on your radar because you put a gun safe in your Amazon account.
That was after Marcy and him had that argument.
And you even said, you know, I should go ahead and put these guns up. I had the thoughts to take them to Mike's gun room.
Yeah.
Why did you not?
I didn't take them much because I didn't know if he would take them. And so I
Why
thought,
did you not take them to, you know, lock them up in the car?
she said the same thing, but I work out of my truck. It's completely full of tools. And I can't, like, I'm in charge of the job. I can't roll up there and have guns in my vehicle.
Do you have any family around?
No, I've got a sister that lives in Woodstock.
Okay. So you're talking, did you call her and ask her if she'd be willing to?
We don't really talk.
You know, talk?
But I was just like, you know, I don't, you know, I mean, literally, if
Let me ask you a question, and this may be a hard pill to swallow. Do you think if you had got rid of those guns, it would be here right now?
I don't know that because I'm finding out things about him I didn't even know what were happening.
Right.
Like, so I can't answer that. Like, I'm just taken back by a lot of things on here.
Okay. I think that's about all the questions I have for you.
I'm so sorry. I don't even.
Yeah, I know you are. Go ahead and set that spot down for him. Turn around, put your hands on back.
Is that the point where you placed him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I asked you before, what time of the day did you start this interview?
I believe it was later in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, give or take.
Okay, there was a timestamp on there. Do you think
The
that's accurate?
timestamp would be more accurate than my memory, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all. Nothing further.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Investigator Smith.
Afternoon.
I have a few questions, not a ton. If I ask a question that is ambiguous, just let me know and I'll try and clarify, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this interview with Colin Gray was done is the same day that the interview with Jenny Gray was done at the Treehouse. Is
Yes.
that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for timing purposes, sounds like interview at the Treehouse was done first,
Correct.
and then you would have attended that interview?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Gray was at that interview?
Yes, sir.
Now, he wasn't in the interview, was he?
No, sir.
And subsequent to that interview, did you request Mr. Gray to meet you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which he did, obviously, and you ended up having a statement with him.
That's correct.
All right. And are you, just from my understanding, are you the lead investigator on the case, or where do you kind of slot in the hierarchy?
So I was assigned the lead investigator for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office portion of this investigation, but this was a multi-jurisdictional investigation.
Yes.
I believe for the GBI, it was Special Agent Nick Johnson that was the lead agent.
And did you, so I'm going to ask you some questions about some different parts of the case. And if it is not something that you were part of, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I'm not exactly sure what your responsibilities would have carried over into. Typically, if you're a lead investigator, you would be familiar with all the cases, the aspects of the case, but with a multi-jurisdictional, that's probably not true, is it?
Some, it just depends on what you're going to ask me.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me just get started. All right, so a search was done on Mr. Gray's home. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Yes.
Are you familiar with that search at all?
I was told that his residence was searched, and I was told about some things that were located in that search.
Okay, gotcha. So you mentioned in your interview with Colin Gray that a computer was at the home in Colt's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that the computer was or had been taken apart.
Correct.
Was the hard drive intact?
That would be a better question for the GBI.
Okay, gotcha. So as far as you know, the computer was taken apart, but you're not sure what the condition of the hard drive was.
Correct. I just knew that it was taken apart.
Okay. And there were some, let's see, there was a green box which was described as where some ammunition was kept.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that green box?
I'm familiar what Colin told me about that green box.
Okay. So you don't know from your investigation what type of ammunition would have been, what type of caliber ammunition would have been found
No,
in the box?
that-
Okay.
Again, that would be a better question for the GBI.
Yes, sir. And I believe there was a trash can located at the residence where there were some empty boxes that cartridges had been in. Are you familiar with that part of it at all?
No, sir. I did not attend
Okay.
the search warrant at Colin Gray's residence.
No problem. Just wanted to check. Thank you. You got into a lot during that interview, and a lot of it was some historical information about the family and where they had lived and things like that.
Yes, sir.
One of the issues you talked about, and we saw a photograph, is of some cutting incidents regarding Colt Gray.
Correct.
And those would have happened in Fitzgerald, Georgia. Is that your understanding?
According to what Colin Gray said, yes.
Okay. And do you have any information that would contradict that they happened in Fitzgerald?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you have information in terms of what year that would have occurred in?
I don't.
That's okay.
Again, Colin Gray, I believe he said it was a previous year.
Okay. And the previous year, so Colt had just started ninth grade in September of 2024.
That's correct.
Roughly, within a month or so.
Correct.
Okay. And then eighth grade, we skip past eighth grade, we go to seventh grade. That would have been at, was it Jefferson Middle School, you recall?
Again, that would be a better question for those that investigated his actual.
That's okay. And I appreciate, just let me know if I'm covering stuff that wouldn't have been part of your responsibilities. Okay. And during your interview, Colin indicated that he found out about these cutting episodes.
He did.
And he replied that in response to them, he removed the knives.
Correct.
From Colt's ability to use them. You also brought up the allegations from May, I believe it was May of 2023, regarding an FBI tip.
Yes, sir.
About some statements made on Discord regarding the school shooting.
Correct.
Those statements, it seems like we're in a chat room. Is that correct? Well,
Correct.
to your knowledge.
Yes, sir. It was in a Discord chat room.
In the Discord chat room.
Yes, sir.
And it's possible that that chat room was accessed by use of a computer.
Correct.
And there would have been an IP address, most likely, that put it back to a certain address, which is how the FBI investigates those types of tips.
Yes, sir.
And you asked Colin Gray what happened to the computer after he found out about these allegations.
Yes, sir.
And he said when he found out, he removed the computers or he took the computers. Is that correct?
Kind of. So
Okay.
Colin, he said two things in the interview. If you kind of listen to it, the first thing that he says is that he took the computer and they were gone.
Right.
And then he also states during that interview that he shut it down and made sure that Colt wasn't accessing any type of online chat rooms anymore.
Okay.
So he says both. So I'm not sure
Right.
which one he actually meant.
Okay. All right. Now, there were some conversations about Marcy and her role in the family and some of the consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use took on the family.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have been a part of the case that you would have investigated, obviously,
As far as
whether or not she had addiction issues or what the effect on the family was, or was it?
I was told about the substance abuse issues within the family, both Marcy's and Colin's. Yes.
Okay. And from the interview, it sounds like, well, Colin told you that Marcy's addiction had taken a toll on Colt.
Correct.
And that there had been what sounds like trauma involved when Marcy was around Colt. Trauma to Colt.
Trauma in the form of,
Let me ask that question
Yeah.
better. Okay. It sounds like Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
yes,
Okay. And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August, late July. What's your understanding? of
my
when she
understanding,
came
it
up
was
here?
about a month prior to this incident, and
Okay.
she stayed for a couple of weeks, so
Right.
she would have left, 2 or 3 weeks before this incident.
Okay.
Was my understanding from that interview.
Just right, and that's all I'm asking for is
Right.
exactly what. So we're talking about the same thing. So in that time period, Marcy is staying at Colin's house with the kids. They're all
Correct.
staying at the same residence.
Yeah,
right?
Marcy, Colin, they're all together.
Okay. And we heard that there was this altercation or argument between Colt and Marcy.
Correct.
And there were, well, it sounds like Colin was not home when this altercation occurred.
Correct.
And Colin said he heard different stories about what actually had happened. Is that correct?
He had.
He had heard one version from Marcy and he had heard another version from Colt.
That is correct.
Okay. And he talked a lot about trying to instill a relationship of trust between he and his son, Colt.
Yes.
And as part of the trust, well, as part of the trust building, it sounds like his explanation for not removing the guns, as Marcy had asked, was because he was in fact listening to both sides, figuring out what exactly had happened.
That would not be my interpretation of it.
Okay. Now, after this altercation with Marcy, Marcy left the home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it went back, the home went back to what it had been in terms of the residents being Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Coley.
Correct.
Little Coley.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you just a couple quick questions about Jenny's interview.
Okay.
So you were at Treehouse when the interview happened.
Yes, sir.
You were able to observe the interview in its entirety.
Yes, sir.
Was the interview videotaped?
It was.
And did you have a chance to review the videotape?
I have.
Was it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would like to play that interview. I can either, I don't know how cooperative y'all want to be. I can either hook it up to my computer or.
First, how's it, are you marking it?
It's defense exhibit 1, Judge. My understanding from the court reporter, I put it on a hard drive, so I'll do that. Mark it as defense exhibit 1.
What's the state of an objection? Hang on. All right, then this one is admitted. And if you need access on your side, you need to switch to the computer. Yes. You need to switch it to you?
It sounds like I do, Judge.
Okay.
I will hook it up to.
Let me know when you have it on your screen. I blacked out the other screens because you've got something else on there. You guys okay?
And Judge, we do want to point out, obviously, this interview is going to have Jacob's face in it. So I think that maybe we need to proceed.
So you're not with WSB, right? You're A&F. So WSB said they had a kill switch to not record what's on the TV. Are you familiar with that? Because the interview has the face of minor here, we will make sure the kill switch is activated so that you're not recording the images that will be on the screen. You can have audio, but no video, same for any other media. Recording or photographing the images of the minor for broadcasting or dissemination.
I guess I believe we're ready.
All right. So I'm gonna, you want me to go live for the TV?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, please wait. Now, on my end, it appears ready.
So.
You plugged into a computer over there, is that right?
Yes, sir. You guys just got the HDMI.
Let me get all break in.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and take a restroom break.
Stuck over there around here. Step down.
He needs to like send his.
The audio's volume's acceptable.
Let's double check.
Did you just get it figured out by giving it to the state to do?
Yes.
That's not entirely accurate, but mostly accurate.
I can play the audio. We have it all the way up on our computer.
Okay, it's all the way up on mine.
Right here on my phone.
Okay.
Okay, that's acceptable.
Are y'all ready for them?
Yes, Judge.
I'll have to say for the record, I did nothing to help.
All right, Primm. All right, y'all can be seated.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hobbs, E1 was admitted.
Yes, sir.
Publishing it now.
Yes, Judge, please.
Can you tell me your name is Jenny, is that right? Do you remember what my name is? No, that's fine. My name's Alicia. We're just talking today. If you don't know something, if you don't remember, I would not say yes. It's just like you just told me you didn't know, that's perfectly fine, okay? When I talk, I like to kind of doodle and draw and stuff sometimes and take notes. You don't have to, but if you want to, you're absolutely welcome to, okay? And then I will write stuff down, so if you see me writing things down, it's just because I want to make sure I remember it the right way, okay? So it's not like, oh, she doesn't be right, something wrong, something crazy. I just don't trust my brain to remember things all the time. The other thing I wanted to let you know is this room looks obviously a little different. When you see these things right here, these are cameras and microphones, and that's just because, like we were talking about a second ago, it's important to me that I remember things the right way, the way they happened. And so when I record them, nobody can say that you said something that you didn't say, or that I said something I didn't say, and I can remember it just like it happened, okay? Does that make sense? So Jenny, can you spell your name for me? How old are you? 13. And did anybody tell you kind of about coming here today, or what my job is? Yes. Who talked to you about that? Your dad, what's dad's name? Colt. And what did dad explain to you about coming here, or about my job? He basically just said that we were like children and stuff. So interview can sound kind of like a scary word. I want you to know my job is really just to listen, okay? So I might ask you some questions today, but you can ask me any questions that you have, and I promise to be honest with you. Can you promise to be honest with me when we're talking today? And if I ask you a question, Jenny, and you don't think you can be honest with me, I understand that. All I ask is that you tell me that that's not a question you can be honest with me about, okay? And that's okay with me, okay? And so Dad said that my job is to interview kids. So that can be, like I said, kind of true, but I will ask some questions, but my biggest job is just to listen, okay? So, and because we talked about how the room looks different, but also sometimes how we talk in here is different than just a normal conversation too. And so that's because I like to understand lots of details. And so I might ask you to tell me all about something from like the very beginning to the very end. You know what I mean? So tell me, like, what's one of your favorite things to do? What's something that you really enjoy? You like listening to music. So if I were to say, like, Jenny, when you listen to music, what's the very first thing you do? And tell me all about how you listen to music.
And when you said that you pulled up a song, how do you do that? And what do you use to pull up the song? Okay, and what do you search on? See, and so I'm gonna go, that was a silly question, I can do a better job. Do you look up Spotify and stuff? Do you look up on a phone, on a tablet, on a computer, or something? On a phone? And tell me about the phone that you use to look up on. Okay, and whose phone is that? Your phone? And so I might ask questions like that. So like, it might sound like I'm asking all sorts of stuff that maybe I should know or things like that. But it's important to me that you know that I'm gonna get little bits of information before I meet with people, because it's important to me that I get the information from the actual person, okay? So sometimes I'll ask questions and people will think I'm really dumb, and I should probably already know the answer to that. But I'm not asking because I'm trying to get like in your business or because I'm gonna think anything bad or different. I just like to get the information from the person who has seen or heard or experienced something. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, Jenny, tell me a little bit about like who do you live with? My dad and my two brothers. Okay. So you told me your dad's name is Coley. Did I get that right? And like I said, if I get something wrong today, please tell me that I got it wrong. Okay. You know, it's not a problem. You can correct me for anything that I get wrong. Okay. And the dad is Coley, and you said your two brothers. What are their names? My older brother is Colt, and my younger brother is Colt. Okay. And so you said your older brother is Colt. How old is Colt? 14. And then your younger brother is Colby. How old is he? Okay. And so, and where do you guys live at? We live, we don't like live in a neighborhood. Okay. Do you know like what the name of that road is? Yeah. Harrisonville Road. And so you guys live there. Tell me some stuff about Dad. Like, tell me about that. What's he like? What are things we like about Dad? Things like that. He's really like happy and energetic and like confident and stuff. Okay. And are there things about Dad that like you don't like or you wish were a little bit different? No, not really. And then tell me about Colt. What's he like? He's like kind of like squishy sometimes. Okay. Sometimes he can be annoying and then he can chill. And then sometimes he can just be like really closed off. Okay. And so when he's happy and chill, what does that look like? Usually just playing games with me and like when he's unhappy and stuff. When you guys play games, what kind of games do you play? Just like Minecraft. Okay, so like video game type stuff. Okay. And when you play Minecraft, is that on like how do y'all play Minecraft? He uses his phone. I use my PlayStation. I use the TV. Okay. And so like do y'all play like sometimes when you play Minecraft, like you only talk to people like you know on there, and then other times when you play Minecraft, you can play with people from all over the world. How do you guys do it? We like he made like a server for us. Okay. Like we can like play together even though we're on different countries. Okay. Well that sounds smart. Do you know how to make servers and stuff? No. How did you learn how to do that? There's probably somewhere in my settings or something. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. So he made a server on his PC, did you say? And then you guys can play together through that. Is there other stuff that you guys can do, like with the servers and stuff like that? Okay. And when you say you build stuff, tell me what that means. Like structures, like in Minecraft, you build stuff. Got it. Thank you for helping me understand that. And so, but then you said sometimes he can be switchy. And so sometimes he's happy and chill, and other times he's closed off. Help me understand what that looks like. Like, when you guys close off, you usually like, I'll listen to his room and not really talk to much. And then sometimes he can be like, really like, okay. When you guys play like Minecraft together, where do you play that at? Okay, do you guys aren't even in the same room. Where do you play from? You play from your room, and where does he play from? His room. And then you said, but when he's like closed off, he stays in his room. Tell me what that's like.
Well, like, we can still like go in and like talk to him and stuff. He just usually like stays in and like talk much.
Okay. You can still go in there, he just sounds like maybe he doesn't respond like he normally would. Does that sound right?
Well, he's responding with like this thing, but it's just like kind of like brief.
Okay, thank you. And Jenny, I might ask you some more about that, in a little bit, but I want to learn more about the rest of your family too, okay? And so, tell me about Coley. What's Coley like?
He's kind of the same as my dad. He's very like energetic and happy all the time.
Okay.
But sometimes he doesn't really understand what's really like going on around him and stuff.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Like, he's like young, obviously, and, so like with like nature stuff is kind of happening, he just like doesn't really pay attention to it.
Are there some examples of stuff that has happened that have been like major things that he doesn't like kind of get what's going on?
Kind of like moving houses and stuff.
Okay, tell me about moving houses.
We've been to like a lot of houses with like switching back and forth, and like now we're kind of like settled into a place.
Okay, help me understand how come you switched back, you said, between a lot of houses. Can you tell me about that?
Sometimes it's like with financial struggles,
Yeah.
it's just like with the community and stuff.
Okay. So when you switch back and forth between houses, is it always the same people that live in the houses?
Sometimes my mom comes and lives with us, but most of the time, like now she can.
Okay. What is mom's name?
Marcy.
But you said right now mom doesn't live with you guys. Okay. Do you still talk to mom and see mom? Okay. Where does mom live at?
She kind of like is between my house and my grandma's house.
Okay. And when you say your house, you use this one right stuff down. I already forgot what road you said you lived on. Can you tell me that again? Harrison Mill. When you say that mom lives between your house and grandma's house,
No, she's like switches back and forth.
okay.
Like she lives on one house and she goes to the next one.
Okay, so does she ever live in the Harrison Mill house? Okay. And when was the last time that mom lived with you?
Like, obviously, or she's like, no.
Both. Okay,
Well, she was out here like a month or two ago.
okay. And when she was up here like a month or two ago, did she stay like in the house with you guys? And where does she stay in the house when she's there? Okay. And then when she doesn't stay there, where does she go?
She usually like at the house or like in a different part of the house.
Like when she's not living at the house where you're at, where will she live?
She usually lives at my grandma's house.
Okay. And where's grandma's house at? In Fitzgerald, okay. And so, when mom was here a month or two ago, how long did she live with you then?
Like a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks? And how would you describe, like, how is it like when mom and dad and all of you guys lived together? Was it like in the house?
It was pretty like, yeah, we're not like in a really big house. But, it was pretty like a fun time, I guess.
Okay. I think I sometimes when, I talk to boys and girls and they talk about like different people moving in and out of the house, that sometimes it can be good and then sometimes it makes people, not get along or have troubles and stuff like that. Does that ever happen in your house? Sometimes, can you tell me about that?
Like, if my mom, she's kind of the same as Colt, but like not like that big. But, she, like sometimes she can be kind of like annoying and frustrating.
Okay. And when you say like annoying and pestering, that can mean a lot of different things. Can you tell me about what that looks like when they're being annoying or pestering?
Usually just like being like overbearing and not like listening.
Okay.
What she's telling me to.
Okay. Jenny, do people ever, in your house, do they ever like get in fights? And sometimes when you talk to boys and girls about fights, it can be fights with words, it can be fights with like hands where they get hit or kicked or punches or choked. It can be where people fight, but like they don't talk at all, like they just stay silent. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of different ways that can look. Do people in your house ever fight?
Like most of the time it's just like arguments and stuff.
Okay.
Sometimes it can get physical.
Okay. And when people have arguments, who has the arguments in your house?
Just like with my dad and my brother and my mom and my brother.
Okay. And which brother? Is it different brothers or Colt? It's always Colt. Can you give me some examples of fights or arguments that have happened between Dad and Colt?
It's usually when he's like in one of those moods and he like tries to instigate stuff.
And who tries to instigate Colt? And what are some things that Colt will do to instigate those things?
Like he like doesn't leave my dad alone, so always like in his room and like being like mean and stuff.
And can you help me understand like maybe some examples of times that you've seen Colt be mean, like what he's saying or doing, things that you may have seen or heard?
He's usually just saying how like, you know, his side is an issue of himself and how he like hates his dad and stuff.
Okay. And what kind of things does Colt mean when he says like his life is a struggle?
In the past he says like, oh, like multiple schools that he's mentioned he's in trouble with schools and stuff.
Okay. And have you ever seen people bullying Colt? Okay. And what are the things that you've heard?
He had to be transferred out of the school because he was like being bullied by the school from like people. My dad tried to talk to the school that they don't know to do it.
Okay. Do you know what school that was?
It's the one I'm going to.
Okay. And so, he had been bullied there and Dad tried to talk to them, but it didn't feel like anybody did anything. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there other examples that Colt has given of his life being a struggle?
Like sometimes when he's like really frustrated about stuff, he usually just like gets like angry and stuff, like yells out stuff.
You said that he yelled out that he, and please correct me if I get this wrong, did he yelled out that he hates your dad or his dad? Is that right? Has he ever yelled out any other things to them?
No, because that one day I was like,
So he does yell other things, you just remove yourself from the situation so you don't know what those things were. Has Colt, when he's upset, has he ever threatened to like hurt Dad or do anything like that?
no.
Can you tell me about that?
Like, I don't really know what I would say.
And I'm not trying to, it's important to me, Jenny, that you understand, I know I'm asking a lot of really hard questions, okay? And it's important to me that you know that I know that I'm asking questions about your family, okay? And I'm not here to place judgment on you or your brothers, either one of them, or your mom or your dad, okay? I just want to understand. And so I have to ask a lot of questions so that it helps me understand. And because you live there, I can understand it better when I talk to you, okay? But I want you to know it's not because I'm trying to judge them or make me think different about you or your family or anything like that, okay? But I do know that I'm asking some really hard questions, okay? And I do have Kleenex, okay? And it is absolutely okay in this room if you can say any word that you want to say. There's no words that are not allowed or anything in here. If you get frustrated or sad or anything like that, that's okay, okay? It won't make you think different, and I promise I can handle it, okay? So I just want you to know I understand that I'm asking tough questions, okay? But you were saying that there are times that Colt has threatened Dad. Can you tell me about some of those times?
Well, mostly times where stuff is like
it's not one of the just kind of like yelling arguments, but it's the ones that are more serious than that. Can you tell me about some of those?
They usually when I start because he's like very like fascinated with like computer stuff.
Okay.
And it's usually like always asking for something from his computer and, you know, like that just says like, no, we have to watch something, you know. Usually it's like frustrating.
Okay. And then when he gets frustrated, what happens next?
He usually just does that and then he like goes through his thing.
Okay. And the times that it's been where he's threatened Dad, what are some of the things that he's threatened Dad, like he's threatened to do to Dad?
Like, he just says like great stuff about like detailed things, but like maybe like hurt him or like he wants to fight him.
Okay. And so he said hurt, he said fight. Has he ever said like kill or I don't want you to be my dad or something like that?
No, if it usually gets to that, he's like not around.
Okay. Have there been times, well, I understand because you said that there has, I understand there are times where it has become physical. Can you tell me about the last time that it was physical?
It started when like Colt was doing something with like chasing and he was like instigating him. And like he kept on like kicking like that and stuff. He said like, come on, fight me. And when he did like start like punching and stuff, my dad always like tried to like force on him and calm him and stuff.
Okay. When, and I know time is tricky, so like, I don't expect you to be like, oh, it was, that's okay to say, but when was the last time that you saw them get physical?
Like maybe like a couple of weeks.
Okay, so today is not a great example, because I think it's September, the beginning of September. Would it have been, September's been a couple of days. Would it have been September, or do you think it would have been August? Like, is it since school has been in?
No.
So it was like before school started?
Yeah, it was like before August.
And so they were kicking and stuff like that. And you said Dad would like hold them. Help me understand what like their bodies would look like when Dad would hold them.
Like he would either like put Brandon on him and like try to like get him to stop. Or like if they were like fall down or something, he would like try to like hit him off the floor and try to get him like calm down.
And again, Jenny, I understand like you're in a tough spot, okay? But were there ever times that Dad would be so frustrated or so angry or whatever that he would start the stuff with Colt? No? Okay. Were there ever times that Dad had to like hit or kick or choke Colt during one of those physical things? No, not that I. Okay. Were there ever times that Colt, you told me about the time that he kicked, was there ever a time that Colt would like hit or choke or use something besides his hands with that?
Yeah, he like usually just like punches and stuff, and then when he like finally gets him to calm down, he tries to like throw something at him.
Okay. What, can you describe for me what you think the worst fight that you've seen between your dad and Colt would be?
I can't really like talk. It's like there's like stages between like each fight.
Okay. So it's still like happen and then there'll be some time and something else will happen, is that sound right? And so they had a fight maybe a month ago, like before school started. And how did that end? What made that stop?
Like it like branched out and stuff, like it grew, and like, well not like grew really bad, but like my dad was like probably like able to calm down or something like that. And usually when he calms down, he just goes into his room, and when he comes back out, he usually won't.
Okay. Have there been times that Dad and Coley have ever like fought? What about, have there been times that you've seen like Dad and Mom fight?
They never get physical, they just have arguments.
Okay, but they'll argue. my understanding said that Colt was really obsessed with computers, is that the word they use? And I know that he can build them, and that he would ask Dad for stuff, that Dad would say, like, we'll have to watch money for some things. Were there things that Colt would do with his computer or on his computer that Dad was okay with?
He usually never tells my dad anything that he does on his computer. But he does know, like, wash sheets about, like, his privacy and stuff.
Help me understand what that looks like.
So he usually just uses, like, burner accounts and stuff, and he usually just, like, delete accounts after, like, a week or two.
Okay. And was that stuff that, like, Colt would talk to you about that he would do? Tell me about, like, some of those conversations.
Well, sometimes he, like, makes an account on, like, some Gmail, and, like, a week later he says, oh, I deleted my account again.
Okay. And I would say just pretend like I'm real done with this stuff, but also I'm real done with this stuff. You may have to, like, really walk me through some of it, okay? And so the game that you guys were playing Minecraft, where else, like, did he have, I know he can make servers, and there's a lot of different, like, platforms and stuff that people would use those servers on. What were some of the platforms that Colt would use his accounts on?
He is, like, all over the place, like, most, like, the things that I see are usually just, like, websites, like, Tumblr and YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
Okay, so Tumblr, YouTube, Twitch,
And, like, Pinterest.
Pinterest. What would he do, like, so most people use Pinterest, like, for, like, I'm gonna decorate, or I'm gonna recipe. What would Colt use it for?
He's never really shown me, like, things on his Pinterest, but I've just seen, like, stuff on it. Like, he didn't have any intention to, like, show me, but I, like, saw.
Right. That's what little sisters do, right?
And he just makes boards of inspiration and, like, vibes and stuff.
What were some things that would be, like, inspirational Colt?
People that he looks up to, and, like,
Okay. Who are some of the people that would be, like, on his Pinterest board?
like, past school shooters.
Okay. And how would you know that they were past school shooters? Okay. Can you help me understand, how, so, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay, so please stop me if I say something wrong. But you said that those were people that he looked up to.
Yeah, like, interested and stuff.
How did he become interested in them?
I think it's, like, something with, like, mental issues, because of all moving around all the time, and all the bullying and stuff, it kind of, like, hurt him.
Okay. Did he talk to you about that?
No, she just, like, talks to me about, other stuff.
Tell me what he would talk to you, when he would talk to you about the school shooters. Tell me, like, what those conversations would look like.
He would honestly just talk to me about, like, them, and, like, he would act as if I, like, knew who they were and stuff. I mean, he told me, like, who they were and stuff, so I know, but he, like, acted as if I'm, like, interested.
And like other people would just, like, it was, did he act like it was just like common knowledge that everybody, like, no, okay. And then, was that stuff that you talked to, like, your dad about at all? I understand, well, tell me about, I know you said you could go in Colt Gray, like, even when he was feeling shut down, you could still go in there, he just might not, like, talk the same way and stuff. And he made the Pinterest board about, the people that he looked up to and stuff. Were there things in his room that were similar to that?
Yeah, he, prints out, like, photos of them and, like, articles and stuff, and puts it out.
Okay. And I know you would go in there, would Coley go in there sometimes?
He usually never
Okay. And what about Dad?
Dad goes in there, but he
And so you talked to me about Pinterest. Tell me about his YouTube stuff.
He doesn't really post anything, he just watches.
Okay. Do you know what, and when you say that he would change accounts, would he change his account names on those things regularly too, or just like in Minecraft and stuff like that?
I assume like totally.
Okay. I think I know why he would change his stuff a lot, but why do you think it is? Because I don't know.
Because he's like very like scared. I wouldn't say like scared, but like kind of like nervous with like police and that so he's really like kind of like eerie about it.
And when you say that, help me understand what that meant to him when he would be like eerie about it.
He would be like trying to avoid anything that is like connected to them, and he was trying to like try his best to hide himself.
Okay. Did he see that people from like Afghan stuff were like looking for him, or he just wanted to make sure that they didn't know?
I don't really know, but I would assume that he just didn't want to know.
Okay. Do you know what some of the account names that like he would use were?
It's just usually a bunch of clusters and numbers and letters and stuff.
Okay, so nothing like any particular words or versions
I
of
mean,
words.
sometimes he does, but most of the time it's just like that.
When he would use words, what kind of words would he use?
I don't know, some random word thing that just suggested.
Okay. And what kind of stuff would he watch on YouTube?
He watches YouTubers, but he also watches like, court videos and like, like footage of like other people.
And what kind of other people's court stuff? And then tell me a little bit about Twitch.
He just watches live streams.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry, I'm so many questions that are kind of repetitive, but would it be like live streams of like people they look up to or different stuff?
Just different stuff.
Okay. What about, did he ever use like Discord or what would he do on Discord?
He usually just talks to me on Discord.
Okay.
But Discord is one of those things where he like changes his username and stuff like crazy.
Okay. Do you know what his most recent Discord name is that he would talk to you with? Do you have, like, could you look it up? Like, do you have a way that you could from where, like, the last time you guys talked on it?
I either think he got shut down or it's just like close to him.
Okay. You mentioned that he used, like, a PC. What else did he use? Like, did he have a cell phone or other devices?
Yeah, he had a cell phone, he had an Xbox, other versions.
Okay, and he would communicate on all of those things with stuff?
He was usually communicate on his computer and his phone.
Okay. Do you, I mean, 'cause I know some people would use the Xbox to communicate. Did he ever do that or just use that not as much?
Yeah, so we don't communicate on it because we have different consoles.
Okay. Would he use the Xbox to talk to other people just sometimes?
So,
Okay. Are there any other platforms besides like Discord or anything else that you would use?
not that I know.
So we talked a good bit about how he looked up to some of these people and they were inspirational and he thought that it was normal, to have all of this information. Did he ever talk to other people in person besides you about those things? What about like online? Were there other people that were like friends with him online that he would, tell me about that.
He usually goes like, he looks at stuff about, people on like Reddit and stuff.
Okay.
And sometimes he finds people and he friends them on Discord and stuff.
And then they would talk about that same stuff. And so we talked a good bit about knowing that those were some people that he looked up to. Did he ever talk to you? Let me back up real quick. do you understand about how come we're here today? I'm not crazy. Can you help me understand what you know before we kind of talk about some other stuff? I knew that he was, like, the morning before it happened, I knew he was acting kind of, like, different. So, I know a lot happens, but sometimes when a lot of things happen, days, like, time feel even more tricky than normal. So today is Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. When you say the morning before, do you mean Wednesday morning or like a different morning? Oh, yesterday. Okay, so yesterday's morning, he was acting different. Can you tell me, like, what made you feel like he was acting different? He was acting like, well, his bus comes before mine. Okay. So I was up, on my console and stuff, and he was like talking to me, and he said like stuff about how I should make a video for you, like in memory or something. He never told me about like what he was about, but he said like you should make a video of like memories and stuff. Okay. And how come that seemed weird or different? Because he usually like never about that kind of stuff. Okay. And so was there anything else that seemed different or off? When he was like walking out the door and like going to the left, his book bag was like open and he had this like piece of paper, like this big one. Like that he had a project that he was turning in, and it was like wrapped in a circle. Okay. And so tell me about like what kind of book bag does he have? He has a change board. Okay. And do you know what like color or whatever it was? It was black. And so you said that the top of the gym sport was open? Yeah, it was like open. And that there was, what was sticking out of it? A big piece of paper, like used for projects and stuff. Okay. Do you know what color the paper was? It was white. And you tell me guys from there was like a circle? Yeah, it was like a circle. Okay. And was it like, so sometimes, when we see like paper as a wrapped in a circle, it can be wrapped like this, and it's still open at the top. Was it like that, or was it like closed up, or something? It was wrapped like that. So, was it like this? Mm-hmm. Was there anything sticking out of the top? Nothing I could see. Okay, like the lights were in. Okay. And that was normal or not normal for him? That was that he said that it was a project. Did he tell you anything else about the project? No, but I went out of my room and when I saw him walk out the door, I kept like asking about it, so like I wanted to see it. But I was already out the door. Okay. And then did you talk to him or see him or text him or anything else after he walked out the door? No. Have you heard anything from him since he walked out that door yesterday? And then I know you said that he would talk to you sometimes about stuff. And I know sometimes when we talk to people and we don't know things that may happen later. But then when we look back on stuff, we can be like, well, now I can see maybe what they were talking about or what, does that make sense? Now that it's today, we know kind of everything that happened. Can you look back? Are there ever times that he talked about doing what happened yesterday or wrote about yesterday or planned about yesterday that you can think back on seeing him? Like before, he just talked normally. I mean, I don't like go through like his like books or anything, so I don't know if like planned it or talked about it. Okay. But there was nothing else that, like, kind of looking back now where you're like, I wonder if that's what he was talking about, or I saw something, a picture or a text or a notebook or something, and I wonder if that's what that was about, or anything like that. When we would text with each other, we usually like saying like images of the people he looked up to and stuff, and I would text memes about it. Okay. And were there memes where it was like they shouldn't have done that, or memes where like he gunman or something different? I don't really know. Everything, and it's not really. Okay. And I know, I understand that you say like dad would go in the room and dad would see all of the same pictures that you saw, but that you don't know, like if Colt and dad like talked about those things. Oh, I know they did. Okay. But is there any time that dad has ever been worried about Colt's behaviors or about him liking those people? He doesn't know who the people were until the police officer told him. Okay. But it's like when other people that really don't talk about themselves around him. Were there ever times that like Colt was around guns or was not allowed to be around guns or something like that? He was allowed to be around guns because we, my dad and him, they usually went to a shooting range. Okay. But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like get like a gun safe in the house. Okay, so is there a gun safe in the house? No. When was the last, like how often was shooting something that dad and Colt like to do together? Well, like it's like every weekend or anything, like every now and then. Okay, but was that like, you know, like sometimes with our parents, like we have certain things that are like our thing, you know what I mean? Like it was kind of like their thing. That was their thing they like to do together. And when they would go shoot, like I heard you say the range, like where would they go shoot at? I don't really know the location. I'm not sure my dad does. Okay. Did you ever go when they would do that? I went one. You went one. And then they went more than, like, they went sometimes that you didn't go, is that right? Okay. Do you know when the last time they went was? It definitely wasn't this month or in August. Okay, so, I don't want you to guess, so if you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know. But to your knowledge, did they go, like, during the summer then, some? Yeah, I think so. It, like, it was more, like, during, like, the school month or something, they were just going. Okay, okay. What kind of guns did Colt like and your dad like to shoot together? I don't really know like the specific names of the guns. I know they're like big. Like they're the long guns or like the handguns? The long. Okay. And did Colt like have guns that like, so sometimes, and like I said, you said he's 14, so it's not like he's a little kid, you know. Would he be allowed to keep guns in his room and stuff like that? Yeah, he usually keeps them in his closet or they clean them in the closet. Okay. And that was okay with that, like dad knew that he had them there and that was okay. Yeah. Okay. And was there ever a time that dad was like, no, Colt, you can't have the guns? Most of the time when he gets like mad and stuff, he never usually like grabs the guns or anything. Okay. Like he always like keeps them like even if he's like really mad and wants to start a fight. Okay. And has there ever been a time that dad like would have conversations with like you or Coley about Colt? Like private things like that. Okay, tell me about some of those conversations. We like talked about how we were concerned with his behavior and stuff. Okay. When was the last time that you and dad had like a private conversation about being worried about him? Like probably before. Okay. And where were you at when you had that conversation? We usually just go to the phone somewhere, like either in my room or outside. Okay. And help me understand what you guys talked about the last time before this happened. We talked about how he has probably anger issues and how we were going to help him get a therapist or counseling. Did anybody ever get him a therapist or counseling? They were close, but they were like, okay. You told me about how Colt would be like, sometimes would fight with dad. Did Colt ever, like fight with you or Coley? Were there ever times where like he would be rougher with you guys though than like you wish he would have been? Yeah, like sometimes. Well, he's not really rough with them, little brother did, like, nothing, stuff. But with me, when he didn't like that and stuff, I used to just walk my door. Okay. And he was just like, thanks, all of this stuff. Okay. And so sometimes, like, people are talking about, like, it started off okay, but then, like, it got taken too far. Yeah. Were there times where, like, that would happen with how he would treat you? Well, like, maybe when it, like, gets too far, it usually gets to, like, him breaking something or, like, putting on hold or something. Okay. How many times do you think he put a hole in, like, I heard you say the door or put a hole in the wall? Yeah. How many times do you think he put holes in something when he's really upset? He always put, like, one hole in the wall, I think, and he put, like, 3 holes. And were those all 3 happen at one time or different times? How come he would, so it seems like you said that he would lock the door, and then all 3 times were those times he was trying to get into your room that he put the holes in it? What would he be so upset about? Like, sometimes we just have, like, big arguments about, like, games and stuff, and it just, like, gets bigger than it should be. Right. And then, like, that's basically it. So, like, sometimes we have, like, actual arguments about stuff, and it, okay. Was there ever a time that, like, he would, like, put a hole in the door or whatever, that you were afraid, that it made you feel uncomfortable or afraid? Can you tell me about that? Well, I usually just, like, what you said, family or something, just, like, having a minute or something. And I usually just put my earbuds in so I can tune it out. Okay. And then, has there ever been a time that you shut and locked the door that he was able to get in? Not that I know of. I mean, he tries to pick the lock with, like, a little knife that he does. Okay. Has there ever been a time, because I know we talked about, I know we have the guns, the deputies will have those. Did anyone know he had, like, the knife? Oh, yeah, he, everyone usually knows he has a pocket knife. Okay. And we talked about, like, him and Dad would get into a fight, and sometimes he would try to get in fights with you. Did he ever try to fight Mom? Usually when stuff like that happens, and both of them fight. And you said that, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Dad talked to you about being, like, nervous or whatever it was, and that maybe he needed a counselor. Yeah. How many times do you think you guys had conversations where Dad said that he was either worried about Colt or that he, like, let me ask that 2 parts. How many times do you think you and Dad talked about being nervous about Colt? It's usually, like, most of the time, like, after arguments and stuff. Okay. And so it sounds like, when you say it's usually, that it was multiple times that happened. How many times did Dad talk about that Colt needed a counselor? At first, like, when they first started, like, arguing like that, he didn't really talk about it, but then he, like, and I know you, okay, you said the last time you and Dad talked about him being worried was right before this happened. What had happened then that made you guys talk about it? It wasn't, like, the day, like, right before it was, like, a couple, like, weeks after, okay? Was there something that happened that made you and Dad talk about it? It was just, like, a word argument. Okay. Who had the word argument? Like, and has Dad talked about, like, trying to get a counselor for him one time or more than one time? More than one time. I know you said that Colt used to go to the school you're at now. When he was going to that school, did Dad ever talk about him needing a counselor? No, because I like, came up to live with him, like the day after he, like, left the school. Okay. But, like, when he's at school, he's usually just, like, not like it. Okay. Was there anything else when you and Dad talked that Dad talked about that he thought like maybe getting counselor with help or things like that? Were there other like kind of steps or ideas that Dad had that might be able to help Colt?
He just wanted to try to get him some medication.
Was he able to get a doctor appointment for him? How many times did Dad talk about the medication? One time or more than one time?
One time.
When Colt would talk to you about looking up to the people that he looked up to, was there ever a time where like you or anyone else would tell him like not to look up to them or something like that?
I tried to discreet about it, like saying like, oh, hey, those are kind of people I wouldn't really like, invest in that kind of stuff. But I usually like keep my distance. I don't want to like anger them.
And then how would you respond if you would try to say those things?
He was just laughing at them, kind of like ignoring.
Did Dad ever tell him like not to do those things?
He never did.
And then, can you help me understand, like, what yesterday was like for you up until, like, today? Because I imagine that there's been a lot of talks and a lot of stuff like that. Can you kind of help me understand what's been talked about and, like, kind of what all you've been a part of?
On my day, when we were talking about it, he said that he was shocked. And like kind of angry that he did this. But honestly, in like my perspective, I kind of saw it coming.
Okay. Help me understand the things that you saw that made you say, like, I could have seen it coming.
When he left, to on the left, opened the bag, like weird attitude he was acting like, and like when he went to get on the bus and I looked out, I went to his room and I didn't see his coat anywhere.
Okay. Did Dad see him take his book bag and stuff to school?
No, he was before though.
Okay. And so, are there things like, in hindsight, right, like when we look back, are there ways that you think like Dad or any of the teachers or anybody could have also seen this coming?
I felt like not like immediately, but like I felt the school could notice something about, something like this, something.
Okay. What kinds of things do you think they could have done?
Like, I was surprised when like he was able to get on the bus, because I would have thought when I bus driver would have like seen, his cousin, because he was there.
What about Dad? What do you think Dad could have seen?
He is kind of like oblivious to every, like, idolizing people and like thinking about his cousin, but they never talked about it.
Today I'm gonna ask you a really hard question, okay? And I know, like, nothing that happened yesterday is something that you did, okay? And so I want you to know that. But did you know that that was a gun in his book bag that he left yesterday?
I felt like it was here, but I didn't see it.
And how did he get that? Was that a gun that, like, how did he get the gun that he had yesterday?
My dad bought it for him.
Okay. When did Dad buy that gun for him?
I don't know.
Has it been since you've lived there that Dad, was it like a gift for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and has it been since you've lived there that Dad gave it to him as a gift? How has Dad and Lee been since this all happened?
He's still kind of confused about what's all happening.
Okay.
My dad, he's been like kind of struggling and like, he's been like really strong about it, but he said that he couldn't like believe like he did this kind of thing.
Okay.
And that he like didn't see like everything.
Okay. And what about, has Have you talked to mom any since all this happened? Yeah, my grandma too. Okay, tell me about what are they saying, or how are they feeling? They didn't really talk to me about it, they were thinking like all over the place and stuff. Okay. But I could tell that they were upset. Okay. And so a lot of times when I talk to people about stuff that happens in their house, we talk about like fights, like you and I have talked about. But then we also, you mentioned that Dad had talked about getting medication for Colt. So one of the other things that I talk to people about is like drugs, alcohol, and like medication stuff. Do you know when I say those things, what those things mean to you? Did anyone in your house ever drink alcohol? Mom would. And what kind of alcohol does mom drink? My dad usually doesn't like alcohol that much, but like she would usually drink like whiskey or beers and stuff. Okay. And then when I say drugs, what do drugs mean to you? Like, okay. And then did anyone in your house ever use drugs or take drugs? Your mom did. Okay. What would mom do? She usually was part-time about it. She would usually just, okay. And is that a thing that you ever saw mom do, or you just knew that that was a thing that was happening? I knew that that was, like, I like to do like 100%. I would be right, like, actually do it. And what would be the things that would make you know 100%? She would have like small scabs on her arms and legs and like face and stuff. Okay. And so you told me when the drugs are illegal substances, but sometimes people take medicine too, like from a doctor. But it can also, sometimes people take just what they're supposed to take, but sometimes people can take too much. Does that make sense? Is there anyone in your house that ever takes medicine? Yeah, my mom does. Mom does? What kind of medicine does mom take? Do you know? She, well, lately she's been using sleep medicine. Okay. But she doesn't like take it too much of it. She does really like drowsy and stuff. Okay, so it would change how mom acted. Did Dad ever take anything, that would change how he acted? Tell me about the time before. When I was like still like a kid, that kind of like a age, he would usually just drink. Okay. When's the last time that you seen that drink? Like ever since I was like when you were younger. And then did Dad ever take any medicine or anything that would make him act different? No. The medicine that he would take, he would just prescribe things for you. Okay. Did something happen with Dad's back? Yeah. Okay. When did you know? Yeah, I don't know exactly. When did you know about when or how old you were when Dad broke his back? I was like 4 or 5. So you were young. Does Dad still take the medicine for his back? And you asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that I haven't asked you yet that you think I need to know about to help understand what happened and understand your family and things like that? I don't think so. Okay. Do you have any questions for me? What I'm going to do is I'm going to step out of the room and kind of give you a minute to see if there's anything that you do want to ask me, or if there's any other questions or things that you think I should know. And I'm going to take a minute because we talked about a lot of stuff, and I'm going to see if I have. So like the little loop part that's on it. Thank you so much. Is this on the back? Oh, no, just, were you excited? Did you think of any other questions from me? Well, when it like first started, I was in the gym. Okay. I was in one place and I got a like text from my mom. Okay. She And so you and Colt don't go to the same school anymore, is that correct? Our school doesn't go to each other. Okay, and so you got a text from mom when you were in gym. Do you remember what the text said? It said how she was concerned that he was going to do something like that. Okay. I still have it. Okay, I don't need to see that, but maybe some other people might, okay? And so, did it say something bad, or did it say what the bad thing was? Just, okay. What did you write, did you text her back, or? I told her, and I asked her if she had told my dad this, and I didn't get a text back. Okay. Did you ever find out that she did tell dad about it? During my she said she did tell dad. Okay. And so mom wasn't here, was she? She was down in Fitzgerald. She was in Fitzgerald, because they give her a few weeks, but it's been a little bit after that happened, is that right? Okay. And so, is there any other, thank you for sharing that with me. Is there anything else that you've thought of, that you think I should know about? No. Are there any questions that you have so far? I have a couple more questions, but I want to make sure I got a few things right, okay? You told me that you and, Colt would talk on Discord, you guys would chat there, but that he changed his username a good amount, and you might be able to see what his last one is, but also might have, shut it down. What was your username on Discord? It was something random, but it's still on my phone. Can you just write it down for me? So that if that's your username, even if it's not spelled exactly the same or whatever, can you just write that down for me? Thank you. I want to make sure I got it right. Is it Micah_Belly? Yes. Thank you. And then I know you said you and Dad had talked about Colt maybe eating some medicine and stuff to help him. Did Colt ever talk about, or did you ever see Colt have, besides being angry, was there any other stuff, was he ever diagnosed with anything, or was there any stuff that he thought was wrong with him, or something like that? I don't think he was diagnosed with anything. Okay. Did he ever talk to you about feeling like something was wrong with him, or anything like that? Okay. And then I understand that last night, that there were some cops at your house, is that right? And that while they were there, that you and Dad and Coley stayed in the truck together, is that right? Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what you guys talked about while you were in the truck? It was just explaining to me about, the situation and stuff, and how long it would take and stuff. Okay. And when you say how long it would take, or the cops were still searching it. Okay. And I know that you said he was explaining it to you, but was Coley also there when that was happening? Mm-hmm. He wasn't in the truck when we were talking about it, he was sitting on the truck. Okay, thank you for helping me. So, I imagine there was a lot going on, just a lot of feelings, a lot of, trying to understand, a lot of explaining. Can you kind of walk me through, what was the first thing Dad told you? And then kind of walk me through, the process of the stuff that we talked about. When I got home, he basically told me how we couldn't go to the house. And he was, talking about how, what Colt did and stuff. And how it was going to take it outside and I talked to him. Who did you have to talk to? Like dad had to talk to other people? Okay. What words did dad use to explain to you what Colt did yesterday? And, again, I know your hand on this is hard, okay? I'm so sorry to have to ask hard questions, okay? How did he describe what happened yesterday? Like, I know you would have used like kind of normal day-to-day words, but can you help me understand like how he described what happened?
He didn't really talk about the shooting of the school. He talked about how Colt was like temporarily uptight with him, and like how he was like how he didn't know where he was at the moment.
Okay. And I understand, how did you first find out about the actual shooting?
Oh, we went to lockdown.
Okay. And what did you find out? Because what school are you at now? And so that's right there. Is that right behind?
It's like on a hill, like the high school that I'm like near the bottom.
Right. And so when the school went on lockdown, what did the school say?
It just said what they usually do. They didn't really say anything specific, like how it's like a hard lockdown.
Okay. And then how did you know it was a shooting?
Because I just had that feeling, and like I texted my mom and my dad and stuff, and I heard my other sister around like talking about it.
How did other students know?
I think they went on the news.
Did you go on the news too?
I tried, but like my cellular data wasn't that strong.
And so what did mom and dad tell you when you were texting during lockdown?
I was explaining to them basically what was happening. My dad said he was like trying to like to the school. Because he works at
Where did that work at? You told me that dad got, or that Colt got that gun as a gift, right? When he got it as a gift, did he get any other parts with it?
I think he got like the gun itself as a gift, and like over time he like bought, you know, parts for it.
What, and again, like, I know you said like, you don't know all the names and kinds of stuff, and that's okay. But when we talk about like, that he got other parts for it, do you know what he got for it?
Like, there were like groups or like players and stuff.
Okay, and was that a thing that like, that he would buy for himself, or dad would buy, or mom would buy, or?
He was usually just asking for my mom, my dad, or my grandma.
Okay. And so like, when he would ask grandma, would he ask her for money to get those things, or would he ask her to like, buy the specific thing?
I think he like actually like ordered.
Okay. What kind of stuff did grandma order for him?
She mostly ordered electronic stuff for him, but she did buy some good for him.
Okay. And when you say grandma, what is grandma's name? Is it mom? Debbie, is that mom's mom or dad's mom? Okay. And then what kind of stuff did dad buy? Like, would he give them money, or would dad buy the parts stuff?
He was buying the parts.
Do you know what kind of part stuff dad bought?
Like things that you know, like clip onto the gun,
Okay.
like upgraded stuff.
Okay. You talked about lasers, did I get that right? Who bought the lasers?
I think my dad did.
Okay. And you talked about stuff that clips on the side. What would that be for?
I don't really know, I'm not a gun expert, but, I would think for like better like grip and like aiming.
Okay. And I talked about like a magazine, do you know what that is for a gun? Do you know where, Cole got the magazines for his gun? Your dad got them? Do you know how many he has?
You know, he usually, if he ever showed me one, he would just have one.
One, okay. And what about, and again, you don't say much because, but like bullets and stuff for it, do you know where he would get those?
I think he would like get Court's place or like Amazon?
But, normally adults have to buy those, so would that be dad would buy those, grandma, or someone else?
My grandma, like, always ever told me that she doesn't like the kids for the ammunition.
Okay.
But my dad also likes ammunition.
Okay. And again, there's a lot that has happened in the last few days, I understand that. You told me about that morning that Colt acted different. What about like the night before? Has anything happened like the day before or the night before that seemed different or off or bad or anything? Okay. Has there, I know you talked about like bullying and that was the thing that, you know, Colt has struggled with. Has anything like that happened recently, like at his new school?
Not that he told me, I asked him about it, but like from like past school that or like recently asked him about it.
Okay.
I asked him if he made any friends and stuff, but he usually just says no, and he lunch he goes to the library.
Okay. And you said that he rides the bus to school. Which bus did he ride? And then, did he like talk to anybody on the bus or anything like that? They know. And so the bus picks you guys up like near your house.
Yeah.
And he leaves. How like what order does everybody leave your house?
My little brother leaves first, and my dad goes to work after he drops him off. Then, Colt leaves.
Okay, so your little brother doesn't ride a bus, he rides with dad, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so was Colt like awake and getting ready and stuff when they left, or they left before he ever woke up?
I think he was awake when he left.
Okay. And then like on a normal morning, does dad like come and check on everybody, make sure everybody's up and moving and all that stuff before he leaves, or is that like y'all's job to no matter what, get yourself up, get ready and all that?
Usually, if I'm still sleeping, he usually wakes me up and he like checks on it.
Okay. And so did you see dad check on, like did dad come check on you before you left yesterday, or before he left yesterday?
Yeah, he woke me up the night before, but he left, I just said, I can't breathe.
Okay. And then did he talk to Colt before he left yesterday?
I think he just woke him up.
That's okay. And then when you first got up, like got out of bed yesterday, where was Colt at? Asleep, he just wasn't getting up? Okay, so you had got up and started getting ready before he did, but he slept before you did, is that right?
I woke up early.
Okay. And when he talked to you about making the memory video, where were you at when he talked about that?
I was in my room.
Okay, so he had come in your room, is that right? And was he already like dressed and ready to go, or not yet?
Yeah, I think he was very dressed.
Okay. And was that like right before he left to go get on the bus, or that was like he still did some other stuff before he left?
It was right before he got on the bus.
Did he already have like his book bag and everything when he came in and told you about the video?
No, I think it was in his room.
Okay. Is there anything else from yesterday morning that, seemed different or whatever that we haven't talked about?
Mm-hmm.
And then the one last thing I want to ask you about is a lot of times when big things happen with people's families, sometimes there's rules about things that they want to like stay in the family and things that like we just talk about in the family. And then there's stuff that we can like talk about to anybody. With your family, are there any rules about what you can only talk about with the family?
We just try our best, like, express our, like, true feelings to each other. And we like to play each other with games and stuff. And, we try to, like, keep our private information with us and not expressing it.
Okay. And when it comes to the stuff with Colt, like the worries about Colt, and then what happened yesterday, Is there anything that you guys are not supposed to talk about, like, to other people?
Like, just like a normal, like, person or like,
Either one.
if I can just a random person, we probably won't talk about it.
Okay, and are there any things that are like private that you're not supposed to talk to like police or anything about when it comes to this stuff? When you guys talked yesterday, like in the truck, were there any rules about like what you can talk about and you can't talk about?
No, he was just explaining to me, like, briefly, about what was happening, how long it was gonna take and stuff.
Okay. And then a lot of times when things happen, people can be worried about other people being in trouble. Are you worried about anyone being in trouble?
I'm kind of worried about, like, some family, like, being in trouble with them.
Okay, help me understand that.
Like, people thinking we're, like, bad people.
Okay. Do you think people think you're a bad person?
Sometimes, yeah. Like, with, like, it being everywhere on my internet and stuff, I would be surprised.
Has anybody like said anything to you personally, like a text message or like online or anything like that?
You know, but they, like, texted my mom, like,
How do you know about that?
because my mom was told.
What did mom say people have texted?
Yeah, but she was just saying, like, how they were texting her and things, and Tracy.
Who was sending those things to her?
Just random people on like Instagram and Facebook and stuff.
Are you worried about, just a little bit about mom, a little bit about you? Are you worried about that being in any trouble?
Not really.
Okay. And are you worried about Coley being in any trouble? Is there anything else that you are worried about or have questions about or anything like that? No. Do you know what, like, kind of is next for you guys? Like, what your plans are for the rest of the day or anything?
We're gonna try to, like, you know, just, like, get through this, like, normally, like, one day at a time.
Well, Jenny, like I said, it is not lost on me that I asked you a lot of really hard questions. And so I want to thank you for being willing to talk to me today. And I'm grateful that I got a chance to meet you. And if you don't have any other questions for me, I can walk you back out to the front. And I'm going to keep these two things so I can. I'll show you where. And by show you where I mean, I might also open wrong doors, but we'll figure it out together. How's that sound?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Can you redirect? No. All right, thank you, sir. You're pretty good.
Thank you.
The next game is still one from your office?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Maybe disappointed, instead go home, slightly early. We're gonna stay and work out some evidentiary things, hopefully to make tomorrow smoother. But no promises. Y'all enjoy your evening. Don't look up anything about the case or discuss it. And all right, do y'all need a little break before we go through? Dawn says yes, so. We'll take a break and then pick back up with the motions